Okay, I think we should start. Javier is running late. Um, so could someone just, when we get to amendments, could someone amend these for Javier? I call the meeting to order at 6:05 p.m. Are there any amendments to the agenda? Please raise your hands. Josh?
Can I please strike Kimberly Horace Rodriguez from appointments?
Yeah. Chris Spino?
Hello, may I please strike travel grant mini allocations and academic success referendum allocations as well, please? Thanks.
Nico?
Could I strike USA/BOD allocations?
Yes. Carradine?
Can I please strike SFS allocations?
Yep. Kira?
Can I please strike SWC programming fund allocations?
Alex?
Can I strike TGIF fund allocations?
Alicia?
Can I strike ARC allocations?
And Tamim?
On behalf of Javier, can I please strike BAG and GOWRGS allocations?
Yes. And last, we have Lucy in the attendees. Josh, could you promote her?
Thank you.
Yes.
Can we please strike capital contingency and contingency programming?
Yes. Okay, so we have to approve the agenda. Could I please get a motion? Josh?
I motion to approve the July 9th, 2024 USAC agenda.
Any seconds?
Second.
Second.
Josh motions, Kara seconds. All in favor, please raise your hands. Please lower your hands. All against, please raise your hand. And all abstaining, please raise your hands. With a 12-0 vote, that motion passes and the agenda is approved. I believe we have minutes from June 25th, if someone could motion to approve those. Motion to approve minutes of June 25th, please. Yes, Tamim.
I motion to approve the minutes of June 25th, 2020.
Any
I
seconds?
second.
Was that Alex?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Tamim motions, Alex seconds. All in favor, please raise your hands now. Please lower your hands. All against, please raise your hands. And all abstaining, please raise your hands. With a 12-0 vote, that motion passes and the minutes are approved. And with that, we're going to be moving on to public comment. Just a general reminder for everyone that's here for public comment, we have 30 minutes total. Each speaker gets 2 minutes to speak once. And some of our community guidelines challenge ideas, not individuals, use gender inclusive and respectful language. Freedom of speech does not mean freedom from accountability, and no dehumanizing language. With that being said, is there anyone here for public comment? Please raise your hands.
Adam, can you promote Javier?
Josh, please. Anyone for public comment? Seeing as there's no public comment, we're going to be closing public comment at 6:10 p.m. And seeing we have no funding to the we're going to be moving on to special presentations with Josh on a presentation about resolutions.
Sounds good. Just give me a moment to share my screen. Okay, can everyone see this? Okay. Okay, perfect. Yes, so today I'm just going to give a brief presentation on resolutions, just kind of explaining what resolutions are, how you can go about writing one. I know that this year we have a lot of people who are new to council, so some of us might be a little more familiar with resolutions than others. So the goal of this presentation and this guide is really just to make sure that everyone is comfortable writing a resolution, and that you all can write resolutions in the future going forward. Also, shout out to Megan, who was last year's IVP. She was largely responsible for making this guide. I just made some edits to it this year. Okay, so what is a resolution? Sorry, let me just move my... Here we go. Okay, a resolution is an official expression of the opinion or will of a legislative body. The practice of submitting and voting on resolutions is a typical part of business in Congress, state legislators, and student government associations. It is capable of creating an official stance for your student body, whether the administration agrees with you or not. Resolutions allow the students' voices to be heard, create change, and to pressure your government representatives to listen to your demands as a constituent. Resolutions are different from laws. They are limited to specific issues. Oops. Sorry, one second, everyone. Okay. Yes, so basically a resolution is a little bit different than a bylaw because it is non-binding, but still it is one of the most important things that USAC can pass. It allows us to collectively show our stance on a particular issue, which can be really powerful. It's even more powerful than just one officer showing their stance on an issue because it's us showing our stance collectively as a council, and that can even be more powerful if we do joint resolutions with other schools. So who can pass a resolution and how? So resolutions are usually going to be written by council members. In order for a resolution to pass through USAC, it requires at least one sponsoring council member. In addition, you must have at least 2 other co-sponsors helping write the resolution with you. You can have more than 2, but the requirement is at least 3 council members writing the resolution. You can also have student organizations help you out with resolutions. But you still need to have at least 1 sponsoring council member and 2 co-sponsoring council members. A resolution cannot pass without 3 sponsors, and they have to be USAC affiliated council members. In order for a resolution to pass, it'll be presented in front of council. We actually have a resolution on the agenda today. Shout out to Diego for writing our very first resolution. Very excited to see that presented today. But in order for it to pass, it requires at least a majority vote from the entire voting membership of council, which means at least 8+ council members. So even if you have a few council members that are absent from a particular meeting, you still would need at least 8 members voting yes. So for whatever reason, a lot of people are sick one week or something, and there's only 7 council members at a particular meeting, you wouldn't be able to pass a resolution. You would need to wait until there is at least 8 council members present at a meeting. And then if a resolution is to be published, the motion must include the size and cost of any advertisements and the dates that it is to run, and may be amended as to any of those factors. And contingency funding for publication of the resolution shall also be considered as an expense of council. This is if you want to do any sort of publication of your resolution on any type of official media. And then something that's also really important is no author or sponsor's name shall be included in any published resolution. This is because when a resolution is passed, it's really to express the opinion of the council, not a particular council member. So when a resolution is passed on the USAC website or any type of media, the sponsors, the co-sponsors, and any supporting organizations are actually taken off the title. And it's just going to include the body of the resolution, just to show that we as a council are the ones passing this particular resolution. And then also something that is really important when you're writing a resolution is to make sure that you're citing all sources. You can do that by including a hyperlink in your resolution's footnotes. It doesn't need to be anything fancy either. I know Chicago style can be a little bit complicated, but for resolutions, you really just need to include the link to the source as a hyperlink at the bottom of the footnotes for every source that you're citing. Okay, writing a resolution. So in order to write a resolution, you want to take an issue that you're passionate about and something you believe that we as a council should take action or a stance on. Usually it'll be something current, like a current event, like a Supreme Court ruling or something of the sort. You want to research the history and the current status of the issue you are taking action on. You also want to contact any affiliated groups that might be concerned about this resolution, for example, student organizations. Lots of time USAC passes resolutions that concerns various communities on campus, and it's important for those groups to have a voice. So you may want to include them in writing your resolution, and they can also help you present your resolution, just as long as you have that requirement of 1 sponsoring council member and 2 co-sponsoring council members at least. You can also contact student government staff to gain advice and answers to any questions you have. And then, like I said, the most important thing is making sure that you have at least 2 co-sponsors working on that resolution with you. And then you can also have supporting student organizations helping out with the resolution. And then, like I said before, after the resolution is published on the USAC website or any other type of media, all the sponsors, co-sponsors, and supporting organizations will be removed from the resolution. If it concerns a particular community on campus and you really do want to credit a student organization, you can definitely mention them in a whereas clause, but the title will be taken off the resolution. Or not the title, the sponsors, co-sponsors will be taken off the resolution. Okay, so after you have written your resolution and you are ready to present it to council, you will follow the typical agenda process. You'll send it to the IBP email by no later than Friday at 12 p.m. preceding the next Tuesday's USAC meeting. This is really important, actually, that you do this ahead of time. You don't want to add a resolution to the agenda the day of the USAC meeting, just because it takes time for everyone here and also the UCLA community to actually read your resolution, especially if it is multiple pages. We won't have time to read the whole thing during the actual USAC meeting. So it's really important that you give everyone a chance to read the resolution beforehand. That way they know what they're going to be voting on the day of the USAC meeting. Something else that you want to do is you want to contact all student organizations and affiliated groups who you want to help present the resolution, whether that be giving public comment, helping you actually present the resolution when it comes up on the agenda, or even just watching for support. Make sure that they know the time and the date and the location at the USAC meeting. And then finally, at the discussion of the USAC president, you'll either be asked to summarize or read your entire resolution out loud, and that'll be followed by comments and questions from council members. And then afterwards, everyone will decide to vote yes, no, or abstain on the resolution after it is presented and all questions and comments have been asked. Okay. After a resolution is approved, after this, you can work with any affiliated groups, USAC members, SGS staff administrators to make your resolution a reality. Oftentimes, many resolutions will contain some sort of action plan for USAC as a council to take, whether it be making sure that we're supporting various communities on campus, reaching out to different administrators, or some other type of student advocacy. Making sure those action plans are being implemented. And when you're ready, you can actually give a progress report on where your resolution is at sometime after it is approved, and you can do that by making a special presentation. Similar to resolutions, special presentations can be submitted to me by no later than Friday at 12 p.m. preceding the USAC council meeting the next Tuesday. And then also something else to make sure you're doing is making sure you're following up with the USAC webmaster, just to ensure that the resolution is posted on the USAC website. That way it is accessible to everyone at UCLA. Okay, so now we're going to go through a quick template and example of a resolution that was passed last year, just so you can all kind of see what the format looks like and how you would go about writing one. So this is just a blank template. And it's really just a great example of how you would format a resolution. At the title, or at the top, we have the title of the resolution in bold and all caps. Underneath, we have the primary sponsor. This will be the USAC council member that is mainly in charge of writing the resolution. And then underneath that, we have all of the co-sponsors. Usually it will be at least 2 co-sponsors. You may have 3 or 4 people helping you out with this resolution. Just depends on what the issue is. But those will all be listed underneath here. And then this is the general format you will want to use. Usually they're going to be a bit longer. Usually resolutions are several pages. And there'll be multiple whereas clauses for each of these sections. But really the most important thing is making sure that you're stating the current issue as well as any data and facts about the issue. And the reason why you want action to be taken. And usually those will use several whereas clauses, and you'll back those up with statistics and facts from various sources, as well as any testimonials on how it impacts students, faculty, the UCLA community in general. And then these last 3 clauses are actually very important here. This last whereas clause, you really want to explain how the issue can effectively be resolved, or at least how we can take action to help mitigate the issue or lessen the issue or stand in solidarity with the community that the particular issue is impacting. Oftentimes we can't really directly solve the issue at hand, for example, if it's a Supreme Court ruling, but we can stand in solidarity and show our support to the communities that it is affecting and making sure that those people do have the support they need. And then these last two clauses here, therefore let it be resolved, is showing the specific remedy that you want USAC to be taking, and let it finally be resolved is showing the specific action plan that you want USAC to be taking in order to come to this remedy. And then next, we're going to take a look at an example of a resolution that was passed last year. And also shout out to Alicia. This was passed by Alicia, the Cultural Affairs Commissioner last year. And it really is just a great example of a resolution and how to write a resolution, how to format a resolution, as well as the content. So up here we have the title of the resolution in support of the LGBTQIA+ community after discriminatory Supreme Court ruling. Clear, bold, nicely formatted, and then underneath we have the sponsor, which would be Alicia, who is the main sponsor for the resolution, as well as Alicia's title. And then underneath that, we have the co-sponsors of the resolution, and we have at least two here. Actually, we have 3 council members, but you need at least 2. And then also, if we wanted to have any supporting organizations, in this case it doesn't, but if you did, you would add another section underneath saying supporting organizations, and you would list every student organization that was involved with this resolution. And then we have these 2 clauses here that just do a great job at identifying what the issue is at hand. So whereas discrimination and regression and repeal of laws that have fought for the protection and existence of LGBTQI+ communities and individuals, last Friday, the Supreme Court has ruled in favor of Christian web designer in Colorado who wanted to refuse to create websites to celebrate same-sex weddings out of religious objections. Whereas the ruling was rooted in free speech grounds and could create a massive hole in state public accommodation laws for businesses that sell so-called expressive goods and line for companies that provide customized expressive products and services to pick and choose who they work with. So yeah, like I said, it does a great job at identifying the issue at hand. It explains the community that's going to be impacted. It explains the Supreme Court ruling. It explains how it's a free speech issue and how allow businesses to pick and sell who they're going to choose to sell their products and services to. And then obviously there is more to the resolution that was written, but I'm going to show you all the last 3 clauses that do a great job at also identifying an action plan. So whereas through education on LGBTQI issues, collective efforts amongst all students will have the power to change and create an inclusive environment for the community, even in light of decisions that are not directly in our control. So this statement is really just doing a great job at showing at what the community can be done. Obviously, we can't really directly solve the issue because it's a Supreme Court ruling, but it's showing how students can show their support for this community in light of this Supreme Court decision. And then these next 2 statements here are showing what USAC can do in particular. Therefore, let it be resolved that the Undergraduate Student Association Council respects and shares the unique history of the LGBTQI+ community at UCLA and the struggle for equity against laws that engendered them. This is sort of the action plan that USAC should be taking. And then this last statement here is showing how they're actually going to fulfill that action plan. So let it finally be resolved, the Undergraduate Student Association Council commits to supporting students to educate themselves on the community's history of activism, cultivate a safe space for the community, and actively invite community members to take space in student leadership at UCLA. And that is all I have for you all. I do have a resolution guide that has all the information in this PowerPoint, as well as some additional information that you all can reference. Again, shout out to Megan. She made this last year. And then also this top link over here has a link to all the USAC resolutions from last year. You can definitely use those as references when you're making resolutions for this upcoming school year. But thank you so much for listening, and I'm really excited to see all the resolutions that we pass as a council this upcoming school year. And if there's any questions, let me know.
Thank you so much, Josh. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Josh? No one. Okay, sounds great. Thank you so much, Josh. We're now going to be moving on to appointments, starting off with 3J board appointments. The first one being Camilla Carson.
Yes, let me.
No problem.
promote
Just a
Camilla.
reminder of how appointments work. You have a 1-minute opening, followed by 15-minute Q&A portion. And finally, a 1-minute closing statement, the recommendations and council deliberations, followed by voting. Camille, whenever you're ready, start with your 1-minute opening statement, please.
Okay, hello, UCLA USAC Council. My name is Kamea Carson, and I go by she, her, hers pronouns. I'm a rising third-year student majoring in political science and minoring in education. I'm applying for the Judicial Board Justice position, and I believe that I'm a good fit for this role because I've acquired various experience in administrative, legal, organizational, and leadership positions. From my experience, I believe I can help accomplish the mission of supporting and advocating for student voices, and the Judicial Board allows me to have a platform to create direct change for students. Also, I've had legal internship experience where I've learned the importance of hearing different perspectives and how to support our local communities by hearing people's stories and amplifying their voices. Additionally, I was one of 2 law clerks selected this recent March to support the Judicial Board last year. And thank you again for this opportunity to speak to you all and hear me out. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're now going to move on to a question and answer period. So do any council members have any questions for Camille? Carolyn.
Hi, Kamea. I have a question for you. I'm wondering if you are able to expand a little bit about the experiences that have prepared you for this role.
Also, excuse my voice. I'm a little bit sick, but so about my experiences last year. So in terms of administrative experience, I was on one of UCLA's college dance teams, and I was the administrative director for that role. And the general description of that role is that I handle our team's logistics and competition registrations. And in that role, I learned a lot independently on how to organize our documents, handle our sheets to make sure that everyone is complies to our waivers and the media needs for our competitions. And also in that role, I was a leadership member for our team. And so I advocated for the well-being of our students because it's being on a college dance team isn't the most glamorous place, practicing in a parking garage for 3 days a week. But I did my best to prioritize our members' needs, trying to balance school while also having a pretty rigorous physical dance schedule. And then additionally to that, I have also been on a USAC office called Community Service Commission, in which I was part of the External Programs Committee. And there I was able to take part in a lot of community service events where I advocated for our houselessness communities and also saw the impact of our students through the research projects and just kind of supported their initiatives. And I hope I can do the same in this Judicial Board position.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Kiara.
Hi there. Thanks so much. Sorry if there's some background noise. I wanted to ask you if you could expand on a few specific goals that you would have while in this role.
Yeah, okay, excuse me. Sorry. So some goals that I have for this role is that I feel like not a lot of people are aware of the gist of this Judicial Board position. I heard about it during my first year, but it was through a random Instagram post. But I think we can have more engagement that this Judicial Board is available for all students. And I feel like it should be more than just a board that makes decisions and hears out student voices, but also just known as a resource that's available for all students. So I think a way of we should promote the Judicial Board a little bit more, just so students know that they can be supported and that there can be exceptions to the bylaws and constitution that we currently have, and as time evolves. And I think that's one of my goals as a Judicial Board is just to not necessarily have more cases, because that means a little bit more trouble, but in a way just considering that we have something that can support students who believe in our mission to support our student population in UCLA community. And I would say another goal that I have is just kind of supporting the impartiality of our role and just making sure we're staying unbiased, but being open to all perspectives and also including different ideas and various backgrounds and affiliations within the board itself.
Thank you so much. Any other questions, Christopher?
What elements or values do you reckon are worth considering when providing rulings on cases?
Sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Yeah. What elements or values do you reckon are worth considering when providing rulings on cases?
Yeah, I think some elements and values that are worth considering for our rulings. I think definitely just kind of in general staying unbiased to the judgment where we're considering both sides and not just like what we directly kind of think about when we hear an initial ruling. I think also just considering like kind of just the context of the time and place of where we're at as a school, as like a university, and where we're at as like a student population, and what best caters and best supports our students as a whole. And then I think just valuing that, like, you know, people bring these topics up for a reason, and that it's very important to them. And in a way, we're trying to make some kind of compromise, but also being fair to as fair as we can to serve the student population, but always promoting the UCLA Constitution and the bylaws that we stand for.
Thank you. Any final questions? Seeing as there are none, Camille, whenever you're ready, please give your 1-minute closing statement.
So yeah, thank you again for hearing my purpose for this judicial board justice position. I hope I can have the opportunity to serve in this role. I've had my own personal encounters in the legal system where I struggled to make my voice heard, and I've taken initiative upon myself to change the final judgment. And I hope I can do that for the UCLA community. Additionally, when I was going for law clerk, it actually took my second time to eventually earn this position. And I think that just shows the persistence, but also the commitment that I really truly want to dedicate myself to this role. Even after the first time, I reflected on my my responses, and I believe that I have a better perspective and a better outlook and purpose to serve our UCLA students. And yeah, I'm very thankful that you guys made the time to hear me, and I hope I see a future in this justice position. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Josh, could we get ARC's recommendations?
Yes. Camille demonstrated that she was well qualified for this appointment in her interview with ARC. She has experience serving as a law clerk for the Judicial Board in the past and is familiar with the USAC bylaws and election code. With their desire to make Judicial Board more transparent about their cases to the student body and Camille's emphasis on upholding neutrality in her decision-making, ARC recommends Camille for this appointment with a 3-0 vote.
Thank you. We're now going to move on to council deliberations. So if anyone has any questions or comments, now would be the time. Yes, Carolyn.
Hi, I just wanted to come on here and speak a little bit about Kamea. Kamea was part of the Community Service Commission last year, and as part of the same committee as her, I got to work very closely with her, which means unfortunately I'll be abstaining from the vote. But Kamea is one of the most hardworking people I know. She's very dedicated, very organized, and I've really seen her grow as a leader and as a person. And I know she has a true drive and passion for the law. So I really do recommend Kamea for this position, but I'll be abstaining. But I definitely believe that she is a very qualified and she has great values for this role.
Thank you so much, Carolyn. Anyone else? Perfect. Could we please get a motion? Yes, Josh.
I motion to appoint Camilla Carson as an Associate Justice to the Judicial Board.
Any seconds?
I second.
Josh motions, Chris Ramsey seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand now. please lower your hands. All against, please raise your hands. And all abstaining, please raise your hands. With an 11 to 0 to 1 vote, that motion passes and Kamea is appointed to the judicial board. Thank you so much. We're now going to move on to our next appointment with Kulsum Hassan. I see. Yeah. Whenever you're ready, please proceed with your 1-minute opening statement.
Hi everyone. So my name is Kulsum Hassan, pronouns are she, her, and I'm currently going to be a senior majoring political science with a concentration in international relations and minor in entrepreneurship. I'm applying for the judicial board member position. I believe that I would be an excellent fit for this position due to my extensive experience in student governance and leadership. So I worked with the transfer student representative within the chief of staff committee, just working with the marginalized resource fair and bridging that gap. Also, I was involved in MSA External Affairs Committee and the Academic Senate within the Executive Board as a USAC rep, which has really provided me with a comprehensive understanding of our student needs and how the university really operates. Something else is that I am a transfer student from IVC and I've been active in UNICEF. She's the first, and these really go to show my commitment to community service and community engagement.
Thank you so much. We're now going to move on to a Q&A period. If there are any questions from council, please raise your hands. Chris Espino.
Hello. Can you mention an initiative, a project that you led or helped lead? Was it successful? Was it unsuccessful? If it was unsuccessful, what did you learn?
Yeah, of course. So within the executive board in the academic senate, actually, Chris, you proposed the idea of passion projects, which was really amazing. And I wanted to propose the idea of basically having an enrollment system that took into account just ensuring fairness within the enrollment system for traditional, non-traditional transfer students. And the idea was to have student ambassadors who can help out with the enrollment system so that students are not missing out on any classes that they need to take, and just like graduation requirements. And I did not get to complete that initiative, and I hope someone who comes into office takes that project. But something that I did learn was that just organizing and doing my research on like what problems we're facing or like what problems there are as a transfer student, like just adjusting to UCLA or the enrollment system. I got to firsthand experience like, oh, this is a problem that we do have, and like there are ways to go about it. And so just doing my research and asking students and like gathering all that information and being like, okay, we can make a change in this. Maybe like talking to people like, to the previous academic commissioner, being like, okay, yeah, this is my idea. Like, how do I go about this? And so, yeah, just like accumulating all the information and like addressing like, oh, this is a problem, and like these are the solutions that we can take.
Thank you for your response. Are there any other questions from council? Seeing as, oh, Nico.
Hello. I was hoping you could elaborate more on what you think the importance of the judicial board is and how it is beneficial to the student body.
Yes, I believe the judicial board is a very important position because it really takes into account like accountability, transparency, and just upholding fairness in terms of students' rights being protected. And so, just like going into this position, something that I'm really committed to enhancing is like transparency and accountability. So I was proposing the idea of like implementing a quarterly like report system, kind of detailing like the cases that we're working on within the judicial board with the necessary discretion, obviously, and also having like implicit bias like training system. I'm not sure if we have that in place right now. And I feel like those things are very important, just like as justices within the university sphere, just like knowing that we have these biases and that we should correct them before like we're handling cases or like putting out a ruling out there. So yeah.
Thank you. Any final questions from council? Seeing as there are none, we're now going to move into the 1 minute closing statement whenever you're ready.
Okay, yeah. So as I mentioned, I'm really interested in serving within the judicial board. And something that I didn't get to touch on was the fact that I am a Muslim American woman and a person of color, and I believe that it's really important to have diverse representation even within the judicial board. And I believe that, like Cameron, I think that was her name, but as she was saying, I think it's really important to build like a rapport with the student body so that they know we're here for them. And so yeah, I feel like we should be more active in like letting our student body know that we're here for them and like their rights should be protected, and like what we do as a judicial board is something that's very important. So yeah, I hope that I get appointed to this position and I can carry on the initiatives that I want to take. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Josh, could we get our recommendations?
Yes, Coulson presented as an excellent candidate for this appointment during her interview with ARC. With her experience in MSA and serving on the executive board for the Academic Senate, Coulson knows how to represent the student body equitably and has a thorough understanding of USAC. With her desire to improve transparency efforts from the judicial board through quarterly reports, ARC recommends Coulson to this appointment, receiving a 3-0 vote.
Thank you so much, Josh. We're now going to move into council deliberations. If anyone has any comments or questions, please raise your hands now. Yes, Chris.
I just wanted to very briefly say that I will be abstaining as I worked with Kosom this past year since she was one of my senators. I will say that she did a good job as a senator. There are a lot of senators who worked really hard on their passion projects, and Kosom was one of those individuals, and was always attentive, meticulous, and willing to learn, especially as a person who came on later in the school year.
Thank you, Chris. Any other comments? Other Chris.
I just want to say that I really respect Coulson's commitment to transparency. I think it's very important, especially on the judicial board, in terms of actually creating a fair and equitable environment. So based on this application, I definitely support Coulson's appointment.
Thank you so much, Chris. Any final comments before we move to voting? If not, could we please get a motion? Yes, Josh.
I motion to appoint Coulson Hussein as an associate justice on the judicial board.
Any seconds?
I second.
I second.
Josh motions and Karen in seconds. All in favor, please raise your hands now. Please lower your hands. All against, please raise your hands. And all abstaining, please raise your hands. Please lower your hands. With a 10-0 to 1 vote, that motion passes and Coulson is appointed to the judicial board. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're now going to move into the final J board appointment with Jeremy. Jeremy, whenever you're ready, please proceed with your 1 minute opening statement.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Hello, USAC members. My name is Jeremy Vargas, and I will be a rising senior here at UCLA, majoring in political science. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I am a proud transfer student of color from the Los Angeles area. I personally applied to be on the J board and believe I'll be a great fit because I consider myself to be impartial with all my decision making. Here at UCLA, I've had a number of great opportunities to work with the student government, and I believe that my background sets me apart from other candidates because, as I said, I have had the opportunity to work in the Academic Senate under now Commissioner Espino as well as an undergraduate student representative on the UC system on their Academic Senate Board of Admissions. Each role allowed me to be fair and balanced and allowed me to advocate for student groups, help promote a fair and equitable campus, and it allowed me to strengthen my communication skills and listen to many students on a daily basis. I am ready for your questions.
Thank you, Jeremy. We're now going to move on to a 15-minute Q&A period. So if there are any questions from council, please raise your hands now. Chris Espino.
Jeremy, I am cognizant of all the fabulous things you do, not only within UCLA, but outside of UCLA. So please tell the council a little bit of the work that you do. It could be really anything you'd like the council to hear.
So yeah, I'll just start off with the Academic Senate at UCLA. I had under the leadership of Chris and Sujana last year, it was a great experience for me. As I said, I was a transfer student, so I was the transfer student representative on the Legislative Assembly. And during my time there, we've heard a lot. You guys heard a lot about what happened this past year, including with retiring Chancellor Block and all that. But then also with Chris, he implemented the Passion Project, as Kelsum said earlier. With the Passion Project, I was able to advocate for more student transparency when it comes to the Academic Senate. And then I also promoted having more town halls for academic senators, having possible Instagram pages, and then maybe in the future having the senators become elected positions, because although it's a small part of USAC, I consider it to be a major part because we meet with faculty on a daily basis. In addition to my role on the UCLA Academic Senate, as I mentioned, I'm also on the UC System Board of Admissions. I'm the only student representative on the Board of Admissions. So I represent all UC System students. And with that role, we talked a lot this past year, including when we talked about transfer student issues. We talked about freshman admit student issues. You might have heard about the Area 8 requirement, the other requirements that we might implement, and we talked about them all. In each role, although I wasn't a voting member, I was still able to have my voice be heard. I was still able to meet with faculty and other student representatives on a daily basis across the UC system. And with that, I believe that it allowed for me to build my communication skills, and it allowed for myself to just feel more connected with UCLA and the UC system as a whole.
Thank you, Jeremy. Tamim?
Hey, Jeremy. My question is, what are the main challenges that you may face in the position, and how do you plan on addressing it?
Absolutely. I think with not just me, but any person in this position, it's balancing the thread between being impartial and transparent. You had to be cognizant of the fact that people want to know your decisions. And for example, I'm going to bring up an example with the US Supreme Court, how decisions leak. People want to know if it's a very important issue. They would want to know fast. I promise to be swift in my decision making, but even though I'm swift, I still will read and understand all the facts presented to me. I will be impartial at all times, and I will maintain a level of confidentiality that upholds with other J board members. So I think like I said, you need to be more transparent, but you can't be leaking cases. You can't be talking to others about that. So I think that is a problem that anyone faces, even in other student body elected official positions. But at the end of the day, I think we need to be more transparent. As Colson said earlier, we need to advocate for more public presence. This is like another position that is not really heard about. So I think that we need to expand our horizons a little bit and reach out to students that want to join this opportunity and join this amazing cause.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing as there are none, Jeremy. Oh, Mona, sorry.
All right. Okay, so you kind of touched a little bit on impartiality in this question, but I kind of wanted to ask you, how familiar are you already with like the USAC bylaws, the Constitution, and perhaps most importantly for J Board, like election code?
Absolutely. well, when I originally had my interview, I wasn't 100%, to be honest. As I said, I've only been at UCLA for 1 year. This is my first year at USAC, but this past week has been a great opportunity for me to study on the rules and bylaws with USAC, but also JBoard, and I was able to, and also the election code. With that, I was able to understand fully, for example, the official rules of JBoard, and understand that we are a reactionary institution, so we won't be in session all the time. But with that, we are able to get petitions, either grant or deny them. And so I was able to understand that aspect specifically. When it comes to USAC, I was able to understand more about the Constitution this past year as being a member of USAC. And I was able to understand how there's a lot to read through, but there's the main parts of it are foundational pieces, and I was able to grasp each of them meticulously, and I feel like I'm fully confident and able, including with the rest of the summer, I'll be studying up more on the Constitution and bylaws, but I feel like I'm fully able to meet the high standards that this board requires.
Thank you. Any further questions from council? Seeing as there are none, Jeremy, whenever you're ready, could you please get into your 1 minute statements?
USAC officials, my passion for making UCLA an inclusive and equitable campus with more diversity in student government positions drove me to apply for this amazing position. If given this incredible opportunity to serve on JBoard, I pledge to be a determined advocate for all students' interests, and I will strive at all times to be impartial in my decision-making and not allow any personal beliefs or interests get in the way. If given this opportunity, I will also remain confidential at all times and maintain high ethical standards as I believe that they are warranted each and every day in this capacity. Like Supreme Court Justice Sotomayor once said, I firmly believe in the rule of law as the foundation for all our basic human rights. I, like Sotomayor, pledge to be fair and accurate when conducting judicial work and will take in all the facts presented when ultimately ruling on decisions. To conclude, I'd like to thank you all for your time and consideration, and I hope to be able to work alongside you all to make UCLA an even fairer and better university. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jeremy. Josh, could we get ARC's recommendations?
Yes. Jeremy presented an exemplary interview with ARC, receiving a 2-0 to 1 vote. Jeremy's experience as an academic senator on the Legislative Assembly revealed his adeptness in being able to problem solve between two parties through his desire to best represent the interests of the student body. With his emphasis on impartiality and equity, ARC is confident Jeremy will make a great addition to the Judicial Board.
Thank you, Josh. We're now going to move on to council deliberations. If anyone has any questions or comments, that would be the time. Yes, Chris Espino.
Hello, yeah, I will be abstaining for obvious reasons, but I did want to take a quick second to just mention how great of a leader Jeremy is. He really is extraordinarily committed to the student body, to making a difference. I mean, he's right here, camera on, talking to us, right? We can see his face. He's answering the questions. And I think that's honestly a little bit special. I will say that not only is he able to, complete his work, but he's also able to create new work for himself. He's always finding avenues to ensure that he's the most successful and efficacious that he can be in the spaces that he's given. And so I'm just very happy to see Jeremy here. When I read his name, I was like, wow, that's definitely someone that I would have, voted to confirm if I could, if I didn't have to abstain, but I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Chris. Diego.
Hi, everyone. I also will be abstaining from this vote, but I highly recommend Jeremy to the Judicial Board. I say this because I have been able to build community with Jeremy this academic year, and I have seen his work in advocating for marginalized students, first-generation students, and transfer students. And I'm just excited to see him thrive in this role.
Thank you, Diego. Are there any further comments? Yes, Tommy.
I would just like to say I'll also be abstaining since I also have worked with Jeremy. Amazing guy, very passionate about the work he does. He's already, as he mentioned, he's only been at UCLA for 1 year, and he has already accomplished and done so much for this community. And I'd really like to see what he's able to accomplish in the future in this role. Thank you.
Okay, we might need one of you to vote for, because there might not be enough people to vote that are voting for it. We'll see. Can we get a motion, please?
I motion to appoint. Oh, sorry to me. I motion
Go
to
ahead,
appoint Jeremy Vargas to the judicial board. Is it associate justice?
Josh.
Yes.
Okay, to the associate justice position.
Any seconds?
I second.
Alex motions and Tommy seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand now. Jessica, 8 is okay. No, never mind. Please lower your hands. All against, please raise your hands. And all abstaining, please raise your hands. With a 9-0 to 1 vote, that motion passes and Jeremy is appointed to the judicial board. Thank you so much, everyone. And congrats, Jeremy. We are now going to move on to CAC, Community Activities Committee, with Addison. Addison, whenever you're ready, proceed with your 1-minute opening statement.
Hi, nice to meet everyone. I'm Allison Ty, and I'm a rising sophomore majoring in business economics, and I'm applying for the position within the Community Activities Committee at USAC. Although this role it's kind of a stretch for my ultimate goal, which is to pursue fashion business, but I firmly believe that fashion should be a platform that speaks to multiple voices, and this position kind of aligns perfectly with that vision. The reason being that fashion is a powerful medium for reflecting cultural diversity and personal identities. And the only way to really learn more about these factors is to learn about the lives around me. So my goal is to listen to and experience more stories. This past year and during my last year of high school, I've had the invaluable opportunity of listening and learning to the stories of people I met through my involvement in UCLA's Link program and World Arts and Health program. This has allowed me to hone in on a leadership opportunity and will allow me to work effectively in USAC.
Thank you, Addison. We're now going to move on to a 15-minute Q&A period. Are there any council members that have any questions for Addison? I have a question. Addison, could you please describe any relevant experiences that you think would be applicable to this role and how you plan on utilizing those past experiences in the role itself?
Of course. So what I know about CAC currently is that we help finance events that support for underserved communities. So I've been involved in a couple clubs on campus that have been able to help out with these communities. One being UCLA World Arts and Health. In that position, we help students kind of realize that they have access to safe sex and contraceptives and different types of materials like that. And we also allow people to see from the point of view of those suffering from HIV and AIDS in Berlin. So we've created like a video called Through Positive Eyes. And my involvement in this has helped me a lot, just look into like a new aspect that I was like very unfamiliar with before college. So this is like a great experience for me starting this year. And I feel like a lot of the people I met through that committee, there were just a bunch of different types of people as well that I was able to learn from in terms of like leadership and just their past experiences too. So I think that is a really big experience that I've been able to take away from this year. And back in high school, I started a club with my best friend called Sending Love, and we were able to create little DIY heart plushie kits for kids in unhoused shelters. So they were usually family shelters. And the reason we did this was to hopefully like approach a different type of aspect within the unhoused community that people didn't really look at too much into, which was mental health. So that was our goal. And I think that experience was also one way I was able to look into something maybe I wasn't as familiar with and just doing research. So I think all those experiences make me really open and passionate about extending my knowledge and skills into this position too.
Thank you for your response, Nico.
Hello. So the Community Activity Committee oversees a pretty substantial budget. So I was curious how you plan on promoting transparency with how the committee decides to use this budget.
Of course. So I think this actually plays into transparency, not just from us as a committee, but from the clubs we work with and provide money to as well. Reason being, I think the only way we're able to explain why we put money here and why we put money there is being able to know how they're using it. So I don't know how it currently works fully, but what would be ideal in my opinion is to get really detailed information from each club, understanding like where they're using it, what they're using it for, if they could be done in a more efficient way, maybe through other kinds of funds and fundraising. And I think this way we're able to not only like explain where we're putting the money, but decide ourselves like where it will be more useful and where it will be more effective. So just of course it's transparency just from everyone, and us being able to provide details is the most important factor in this kind of role, in my opinion.
Thank you, Chris Ramsey.
So CSC does have a limited budget, so there may be occasions where you want to provide funding for an organization, but you don't have quite as much funding as you'd like to give. So given that situation, how do you plan to stay within budget while also fairly and adequately supporting a diverse range of programs at UCLA?
So one thing I really wanted to look more into and do more research on, I don't know if anyone else would be able to help me with this, but I was in a club called Bruinwell this past year, and they were able to get a lot of different grants from schools to help out their own on-campus community. So I think that would be a way to stretch out our money in a way. So I think creating maybe like providing clubs with a way so they know how they're able to get these extra funds through grants and through applying for all other methods. I think that would be a good way for the clubs to understand that they're able to take money from other places, and for us to be able to explain and give any other necessary funds that they may not be able to get from those grants. So I think it'd be just distributing to more necessary areas. And also, like, I don't think fundraising is being utilized as much as it could be. Like back in high school, that was like all I did. And I know a lot of clubs have been doing it. Even just like a small fundraiser I did for one of my other clubs called GRC already made $300 in just a couple hours. So I think just maybe providing ideas for how they can fundraise better would be a good idea, and maybe working with other like restaurants or companies in order to do so would also be just providing enough information for them to fund other resources would be great for fixing that solution, hopefully, or maybe making it easier.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from council? Seeing as there are none, Alison, whenever you're ready, please proceed with your 1-minute closing statement.
Okay, so to conclude, I am eager to extend the knowledge and skills I gained from USAC into other areas of my life, and to hopefully bring my unique experiences to this committee as well. While I acknowledge there are areas where I can improve, I'm really confident in my ability to compensate through my creativity and resourcefulness that I honed through my involvement with FAST at UCLA and my role as student council president throughout high school. I'm also really committed to addressing my weaknesses and growing as a leader throughout the year too, by learning from those around me and from my mistakes as well. So I just wanted to finish off by saying thank you, all of you, for taking the time to learn more about me. And I hope I've conveyed my dedication and enthusiasm for this role. And I'm really excited to learn from fellow leaders, hear diverse stories, and contribute to making a meaningful impact on our community. Thank you again.
ARC recommendations, please.
Yes. Allison presented a strong interview with ARC, having a desire to support underserved communities through funding various community service projects and initiatives. Her previous commitment representing underserved communities through student organizations such as Broodwell makes ARC believe she is a strong candidate for this position. With her emphasis on leadership and supporting those in need, ARC recommends Allison for this appointment with a 3-0 vote.
Thank you, Josh. We're now going to move on to council deliberations. So if any council members have any comments or questions, please raise your hands now. Yes, Chris Ramsey.
So last year I was chair of the campus programs committee, which is a very similar USAC funding board. And I literally just wrote the report for that. And one of the biggest things I stressed was helping clubs find out about other resources they have and other funding boards they can apply to. So I love that you mentioned that. I do think you have a very great set of experiences, and I do recommend voting for you and appointing you to this role.
Thank you, Chris. Any other comments? If there are none, could we please get a motion? Yes, Tamim.
I motion to appoint Alison Perkins as a member of Community Activities Committee for the year 2024-2025.
Any seconds?
I second.
Tamim motions, have your seconds. All in favor, please raise your hands now. Please lower your hands. All against, please raise your hands. And all abstaining, please raise your hands. With an 11-0 vote, that motion passes and Addison is appointed to the Community Activities Committee. Thank you so much. We are now going to move on to the Campus Retention Committee with Anshika. I'm so sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're okay. That's good.
Perfect. Whenever you're ready, please go on with your 1 minute opening statement.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Anshika Khandelwal. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm a rising junior studying cognitive science and economics here at UCLA. I'm applying for a position within the Campus Retention Committee because I'm deeply passionate about the CRC's mission of supporting student retention and success, because I think that it is a complete shame that people who have worked so hard to get into an institution as amazing as UCLA are sometimes unable to complete their degrees for reasons that are sometimes preventable. This passion comes from having personally seen my peers benefit from the SRC supplemental services such as the CPO food closet, and this has allowed me to truly experience firsthand the significant positive impact that these resources can have. More particularly, as an international student myself, I have faced unique challenges in adjusting to a new academic as well as a new cultural environment. So I understand the importance of these services for students in similar situations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're now going to move on to the 15-minute question and answer period. If there are any questions from council members, please raise your hands now. Yes, Javier.
Hi. So yeah, I just want to ask, sort of expanding on your 1 minute intro, what do you believe is or like one of the largest issues that BIPOC students face? Coming into this university, as you mentioned, difficulties in being able to complete the degree, and how will your advocacy in CRC work to address that issue?
I think that most minority groups, one of the main issues that are faced is that the resources that are available are sometimes not effectively communicated to them. So not only is this an issue with minority groups, but I believe that it's an issue with pretty much everyone who is not aware of the CRC's resources, such as I know that there is some sort of maths tutoring service for Maths 33A or something that's provided by the SRC. But unfortunately, I was not aware of it until I was looking at their Instagram account, specifically trying to search it up for it myself. So I believe that having these kinds of resources targeted with more targeted audiences. So for example, and I think one thing that could be done within the CRC to try and help promote this is to, for example, have in the start of the class in the syllabus, this could be listed as a separate like CRC resource, as well as announced in lectures so that students are aware of where they can go for additional help. I think also another thing that the Career Center does, for example, is that on their social media pages, you can see that they make a lot of Instagram reels. And I think that comes up on a lot of people's Explore pages a lot more than just a regular poster about oh, a workshop happening would come up. So I think that possibly implementing a more engaging social media aspect to the CRC facilities would also help in trying to reach out to more people.
Thank you. Javier, do you have a follow-up question?
Yes, I do. Sorry, y'all, new setup, so I'm still getting used to it. But yeah, so my next question is sort of jumping off of that. You mentioned in your application wanting to work on certain projects and workshops to help certain communities that remain underrepresented in the CPO and SRC space. I just want to ask you to expand a little bit more on some of these initiatives. I know you already mentioned, taking to social media, collaborating with resources such as the Career Center, which is essentially like SAC's neighbor. And I also want to ask, like, what specific groups are you wishing to target through them? Just sort of expanding on the underrepresented communities in these spaces.
Yeah, so like other projects that I think kind of fall into the same line that I think the CRC could help target, not specific minorities or specific groups at risk, but sorry. So like I think the main thing I'm trying to say is that to identify which groups the CRC should target, the best thing would be to identify at-risk students. And I think that the first step in trying to prevent students from dropping out is figuring out what the warning signs are. So to investigate this, I think doing a project in which there can be some sort of data analysis done on the students who have previously dropped out, and then finding the patterns in these students' background, academics, majors, things like that. We can better understand and therefore target the current students who may be exhibiting similar patterns. So I think that once these groups are then specifically targeted, implementing something like a peer mentor program could be helpful, where we could pair upperclassmen with freshmen and transfer students who fall into these certain categories to help them navigate academic and social challenges. And I think this can greatly enhance the sense of belonging and community amongst the new students, reducing their likelihood of potentially feeling isolated or feeling lost at UCLA.
Javier, do you have another question?
I do, but I'm fine with letting Tamim go first.
Okay, we'll go with Tamim first.
Hey Anshika, I like how you mentioned the peer mentorship program, and the question is kind of related to that. There are academic programs like the PLF, which is the peer learning facilitators, which international students cannot utilize. What are the strategies that you're going to implement as a member of CRC to ensure that minority students have equal access to all resources?
Yeah, so I think that initially starting off with some sort of needs assessment, trying to figure out specifically what exactly international students, for example, would want from such a peer learning program, to gather input on the challenges they face specifically and the type of support that they would find most helpful. So starting off with that, and then once we have a better idea of what could help them, possibly having a separate department that deals specifically with international students, or having certain collaborations with the PLF, I think it was PLP, PLF, where they are having meetings with them and trying to implement a more inclusive or more helpful program, I think would be useful. And for that, for example, if the reason that they're not able to provide such services is because they believe that they lack the resources, or if it's because something they were simply not aware that they were excluding a certain group, I think depending on what the reason is for them not providing these services, that they can be addressed depending on that. So if it is a resource issue, then it could be worked on whether the CRC could collaborate with them to join and share resources. Or if it is some other issue, then that can also be addressed.
Thank you, Javier. Another question?
All right, I promise this is my last question, Anshika. I'm so sorry. But my last question, and I'll paste this one in the chat as well, just because it might be a little bit longer. But I did want to, oh my gosh, I'll like DM it to you. But the CRC has remained historically divided on the leadership of the CPO administration for a multitude of reasons for many years now. What is your knowledge of these issues and differences, and how will you remain cognizant of the experiences of the collective, especially those who have been harmed by CPO, in your approach to this role?
I'm unfortunately not currently aware about this administrative issue of the leadership of the CPO. Could you give me a bit more information about what the conflicts were?
Yeah, of course. So I can give like some examples. So recently, in the past few months, I believe it was back in late April, early May, the CRC voted in favor to defund the Writing Success Program, something that you mentioned in your application, in favor for more funding for MO retention. You know, some of this comes as a result of a lack of financial transparency from CPO in its use of student fees, even though it's been asked for audits for many years now. Yeah, those are just a few examples. I can go on. I have a list.
Okay. Thanks. So like I think the one of the issues you mentioned was financial transparency on based with the CPO. I think this could be something that is solvable, for lack of a better word. But because I think that having some sort of budget report where the CPO has to share detailed budget reports with the committee outlining income, expenses, and possible financial projections, having to regularly update these reports and provide any explanation for significant changes or deviations, I think would be beneficial in increasing financial transparency. So solving issues like these by implementing more documentation and more regular feedback through meetings would, I think, be useful in trying to increase funding back into the CPO.
Thank you. Javier, is your hand still up or are you done with questions?
I'm so sorry, I forgot to take it down. I am done with questions. Anshika, you are safe.
No problem. Are there any final questions before we move on? Seeing as there are none, Anshika, whenever you're ready, your closing statement for 1 minute.
Sorry. To conclude, I am eager to bring my multicultural perspective, dedication, and advocacy experience to the CRC team. I did not mention, but I'm involved with organizations such as Man Mukti at UCLA, which is a South Asian mental health club, which I think has equipped me with valuable skills and more diverse experiences with issues that different groups face on campus. I was also part of an equality, diversity, and inclusion team in my high school, and I was the student ambassador, in which I learned how to advocate for inclusion, collaborate across departments, and develop and implement programs, as well as being the vice president of the student council in high school, really helped me to facilitate student engagement, develop and propose initiatives, and collaborate with administration. So I believe that these skills have helped me set me up for success to join the CRC. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh, could we get ARC's recommendations?
Yes, sorry, 1 sec. Let me promote Kiara to panelist. I think Alicia has her hand.
Yeah, we'll get to that after the recommendations.
Sounds good. All right. Sorry. Anshika demonstrated that she is well suited to this appointment in her interview with ARC. As an international student who has faced unique challenges, she is deeply passionate about CRC's mission to improve academic success and increase retention rates among historically underrepresented students. ARC was especially impressed with their goals to expand the Bruins readmission program and introduce more incoming students to SRC's resources. With a 3-0 vote, ARC recommends Anshika for this appointment.
Thank you, Josh. We're now going to move on to council deliberations, starting with Alicia.
Hi guys. I would like to encourage people to potentially look for another appointment for now or reconsider, just because I think that the CRC, as it is a place that I have worked in for 2 years, it means a lot to me, and the space is extremely, extremely taxing on every single level, and it requires a really, really deep understanding of the history of the space and its relation to the community programs office. A lot of the I don't know how to say, like, a lot of the corruptness of the space, as it is, it has to respond to CPO. Um, a lot of that history and knowledge is kind of like hidden or like not like talked about on our campus as much as it has been in the past 4 years or even 10, I'm gonna say. But I think that to be in the CRC, you need to have more of an understanding of just like how student power is repressed within the projects, and how the majority of the mother orgs, not all, are extremely upset about the treatment that they receive from the community programs office. The Brewer readmission program has like not been working because CPO takes it away from the projects. Like I know the project that I worked in, Calmecac, was not able to access this program because CPO took away access to it and wanted to have full authority of it over it. That, alongside the fact that I know that there hasn't been anyone to come present from the MOs about just the actual history about it, but someone will eventually, and we will discuss how there's a reason why USAC has withheld checks in the past from CPO and is currently still withholding, to my knowledge, because of the lack of transparency, and the lack of like actual like representation of where those fees are going. And so overall, I think that there needs to be a candidate that is more well versed or just more understanding of not only current community conditions but previous community conditions, and just more about the statement of understanding, etc., in order to be fit for this role, because it is a very, very, very important role in my eyes, as it is with has like over $2 million of funding to student ran retention programs. And so yeah, those are my 2 cents, but thank you for coming and interviewing either way. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you, Alicia. Nico?
Hello all. I just want to say that even though I don't know Nshika personally, my chief of staff recommended her for this appointment and asked me to share the following quote on her behalf. It reads, "I think that Nshika's greatest strength is that even in the most stressful situation, she's very composed and gets the work done. She's also very organized and smart in the way she works, overall great and reliable person. But because of Nshika's relationship to a member of my office, I will be abstaining from this vote."
Thank you, Nico. And have you?
Yeah, just really quick, again, thank you so much, Anshika, for taking the time to interview with us. Even though I personally am not as involved in the CRC space as Alicia has been, I do just want to say that I feel like if we are going to fill in this role through a USAC appointment, it should be someone who's a little bit more knowledgeable of the history of abuse that has taken place in the CPO space, and already comes in with that drive to like advocate and like take in underrepresented students who have been historically wronged by the physical spaces that they occupy. More specifically, I was a little disappointed to know that and Jiga didn't really have as much knowledge about the issues going on in CPO. One of them being like the large history of anti-blackness in the space as well. So I think it would be for the benefit of the CRC if we search for a candidate that's more involved in the mother organization space, and specifically like one that is not afraid to be tackling these administrative bureaucracies head on in a combative and constructive way, not necessarily antagonistic, but like one where they're comfortable like addressing the faults in this administration that have been touched on in these deliberations.
Thanks, Javier. Are there any further comments from council members? If not, could someone please motion? Yes, Chris Ramsey.
Yeah, this is more of a kind of question for the other council members, just because I don't have a ton of knowledge, I guess, prior knowledge about this committee. I think that we all do agree that there is a transparency problem in USAC. I think that most students realistically, need to be, for most positions, I think most students aren't going to have a ton of knowledge coming into a position and coming into a committee on USAC just because of a lack of transparency, that they will be learning a lot on the job. So I just want to ask you guys, to people who do have more knowledge about this committee, could you elaborate more on why this committee is one that someone who doesn't have a lot of prior knowledge wouldn't be able to function as well in, as compared to other committees?
Do Alicia or Javier want to talk on that?
I would feel more comfortable if Alicia spoke to it first, just because I know they've been in the space for a long time.
Yep, Alicia.
Yes, Chris, I would love to answer that question. Maybe I'm a little maybe there's like some bias that would like to preface it with just because I have been involved a lot, but I think honestly it doesn't even matter that I have had the positionality of being involved because of the fact that this is a space that is quite literally I think since 1986 or 1987 has been at the forefront of so many movements and so many like institutional changes fought for by and for students of color. And so as a space that has been so transformative, so important, so um so incredible and empowering, as much as it has been frustrating, as much as it has been damaging, as much as it has been quite literally traumatizing for students because of the cases that have been happening with the treatment of students by CPO, the abuse of students by CPO leadership, including Antonio Saldivar, who's still the chair of CPO. I think that in recent years, I'm not sure if you've heard of it, Chris. I think you're still a second year, but my freshman year, which was 2021 to 2022, there was a sit-in in Murphy Hall, and I participated in it. And it wasn't just for accessible education; it was also for to settle some demands that the mother orgs had been having against not just the CPO, but also the institution. And so this sit-in not only brought just a lot of change to the campus and to the safety of students, but it brought a lot of changes, like the BBRC got allocated more funding, and there is now an LLC, a living learning community, I believe is what they're called, on the Hill for Pacific Islander students and Native American students. And so that along with side more changes such as like, by the way, this sit-in was all co-organized by USAC. So it was organized by many, many council members at the time, as well as the Disabled Student Union and representatives of mother orgs. And so that around that time, checks were still like further being withheld, and there were a lot of tensions honestly rising between the mother orgs and the community programs office. So current conditions make this appointment even more so like for me, like it is even more stressed that this is really important because of the matter of the fact that students are being personally affected. When I was retention coordinator, things would be as little as like, I was trying to have a counseling session and the music that CPO was playing was so loud that I could not like have serious, like sensitive conversations with students that I'm trying to support. but like the music was blasting and they don't listen to us when we ask them to like lower it. Like stuff as simple and little as that to the fact that CPO is quite literally allegedly, I'm not going to get myself in any trouble, but allegedly like still like keeping money and not being transparent about it, which is why USAC has withheld money. So it's like they're abusing money. Students are actually they have actual cases against CPO of actual like physical mistreatment and like abuse. That's why this appointment is really important to me because I work with the people that are in many of the MOs. And if you didn't know, like ASP, the academic supports program, that is in charge of retention for Black students on campus does not live within the Student Activity Center because of the amounts of abuse and mistreatment from CPO employees and from CPO leadership. So again, the fact that that's true, the fact that I know many projects that don't want to be in CPO because they face the same issues is enough for me to worry about this appointment because while I'm not in the CRC anymore, it is still an appointment that it is still a space that is heavily riddled with a lot of issues and a lot of repression from the university and from the CPO. And so the least we can do is be careful and be attentive and be just as involved as a council in ensuring that we're taking care of the campus retention committee and the student initiated outreach committee and also our relationship with the mother or coalition. And so that's why I personally worry. And that it's especially important. Again, I want to emphasize that these are still ongoing community conditions. So that's why it's even more sensitive to treat this appointment a little bit more importantly with what's going on with students. So yeah.
Thank you, Alicia. Are there any other comments? Yes, Mona.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to note, like, I guess firstly, like, I think that I'm really appreciative of the way we structure these appointments because I know when we were setting up the ARC interview and even setting up our own questions, and this might be reflective of my own lack of awareness, like prior awareness of just how deep the history of CPOs. I don't know the right word for it, but like the way CPO intersects with this committee specifically. And so I think in the future for this position, I would be changing my ARC question at least to be more reflective of this history and the way it's important for whoever is appointed to this committee to be aware of that and be able to like engage with that. And so again, in that part, it wasn't something I was super aware of when we were doing the ARC interview, beyond like a little bit more of the surface level details. But yeah, I think that this deliberation period is super great in the sense that it does bring up a lot of great opportunities for us to reflect on what we didn't know and how we can improve moving forward in that sense. So I personally am changing my vote, but I just wanted to like kind of note my appreciation for both Alicia and Javier for kind of bringing that up and bringing up these concerns. Yeah.
Thank you, Mona. Javier.
Hi, sorry, I'm gonna make this real quick, but if y'all didn't see in the chat, I posted the old Motherworks Instagram. I really recommend looking through it so you can get like a better sense of just how long and just how deep the MLs have been mobilizing against the mistreatment from CPO. I think most importantly, is to highlight the fact that in y'all's emails, if you search up Campus Retention Committee, you'll be CC'd on a bunch of letters, memorandum, discussing the CRC's relation with CPO. Most recently, like literally the most recent communication was like April 9th. So not even like today is the 3-month anniversary, and they sent it in regards to defunding one of the programs in order to secure more funding for the MOs, and also for a multitude of other reasons. And administration said that they were going to respond, and they never got that response. So I think it's also important for this appointment to also have some of that like community building experience. And yeah, I agree, like some of these appointments are ones that you can grow into, but I feel like for something that requires as much sensitivity and diligence as CRC to navigate not only like the spaces of like Black, Indigenous students of color, but also, you know, UCLA administration, CPO administration, etc. I feel like it would just be more better to have someone who is actively involved in these spaces as like an organizer, but also someone who has a little bit more intentionality with their advocacy. And again, I really am not trying to speak down on Shika and everything, but given my own history with organizing within the BIPOC community, or like being involved in like the greater student of color community here at UCLA, not necessarily the CRC, this is something that just really is really meaningful to me. And I want to see like more progress towards it in this coming year.
Thank you so much, Javier. And I believe we have no more comments. So if someone could please motion for the appointments.
Would it just be like I motion to approve the vote of Anshika Kandawal to the
To
campus relations
appoint.
committee?
Yeah.
Okay.
90 seconds. Ninety
Um,
seconds.
I second.
Thank you, Tamim. Javier motions and Tamim seconds. All in favor, please raise your hands now. All against, please raise your hands now. Please lower your hands. All abstaining, please raise your hands. Please lower your hands. With a 0 to 11 to 2 votes, unfortunately, this motion passes, and Chika, you have not been appointed. However, on behalf of all of USAC, I want to thank you for taking the time to apply and come here and interview with us. And we hope that someday in the future, you could find a role working in USAC. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're now going to move on to the UCLA Committee on LGBTQ Affairs with Yuran. They're in the attendees. Oh, yeah. Perfect. Whenever you're ready, please proceed with your 1-minute opening statement.
Okay, hi everyone. So there's construction going on in my house right now, so please tell me if you can't hear me all right. So yeah, I'd like to start right now. So hi, my name is Iran. I am a rising sophomore, major in sociology, and I use she, her pronouns. So I like to begin my opening by talking about my experience in the anti-sexual harassment committee back in high school, because I know that the Committee on LGBTQ Affairs is also a part of the EDI office we have on campus, which is in charge of the reporting and investigation of discrimination cases and harassment cases, which is similar to the approach I took back in high school. We established a mechanism and also a handbook and educational services throughout the campus to target certain sexual harassment cases we have. And here at UCLA, I am also the co-founder and president of the Lavender Alliance, which is the Chinese and Chinese LGBTQ club we have here at UCLA to better support our community culturally specific. And I'm here for any further questions you have.
Thank you so much. We're now going to move on to the 50-minute Q&A period. If any council members have any questions, please raise your hands now. Javier?
Hi, Ira. Nice to meet you. I did want to ask just a general question for you to expand a bit more from your introduction, but at this time, what do you foresee as the largest or one of the key issues that the LGBTQ Commission on Student Affairs should be focusing on?
Mhm. Okay, great question. Thank you. So I feel like the key approach I want to emphasize is to connect the dots we have within campus and to make the LGBTQ community more culturally inclusive, specifically for the LGBTQ Resource Center, because I personally am a really active user of that center. I have tried to reach out to the counseling service they have there when I was outed to my parents this past quarter. However, I feel like those resources are not quite readily made for us. Specifically for LGBTQ Resource Center, we need appointments, and there are times that the officers are out of office, and there's no fixed schedule for us as students to know when we should reach out and when those kind of resources are available to us. And I also know that the RISE Center is also on the board of, I think it's also one of the ex officio members on the committee. So I'd also want to see, to see Rice Center and also counselors at the LGBTQ Resource Center to provide a more structured service to our LGBTQ specifically students regarding any issues they have regarding their identity or their coming out, similar to my experience. And also just to connect dots to make the space more and the school environment more culturally inclusive. Because as I've mentioned, I'm the co-founder of the Chinese and Chinese American LGBTQ plus club. And that is because I feel like a lot of the time, even though queer cultures are similar in like a broader term, but we do have culturally differences. We do have different focuses on current issues we have regarding where we're coming from, regarding our family members, and regarding, the society we grew up in, and also, our upbringing and everything like that. So I feel like it would be great for us to see more communication and collaboration between LGBTQ clubs of different culturally specific targets, and also probably to see more promotion from our committee and also from the LGBTQ Center to give them more support and just to let anyone who identify with those community to know that they have these resources out there for them.
Perfect. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Someone had their hand up.
I think it was Kiara, but she may have dropped out. Does anyone have
No, sorry. I answered my question. So I'm trying to think of another one in a second. If anyone else has any other questions, you're welcome to go.
No problem. Javier, is that another question?
Yeah, sure. So I guess my next question is, oh, also just actually, no, I won't take up any time to address your answer. I'll do that during deliberations. But I also did want to ask, especially, I think as someone who works at the LGBTQ Center myself, right at this time, I have noticed that there's been a lot more like traffic in regards to gender affirming care as it is offered through the Ash Center now, or has been offered for quite some time now. But a lot of folks are concerned about the accessibility of it because they may not have UC SHIP. Many trans folk, come here to UCLA, and this is kind of the only space where they can feel, comfortable expressing their gender identity. So I kind of want to see like what your potential plans are to also address, the unique needs of trans students, particularly trans students of color.
Thank you so much. So, because I personally do not identify as a trans individual, however, I do have peers who I've worked really closely from Lavender Alliance and also from other, from the LGBTQ Resource Center, through which I know that they face similar struggles, but I do not feel like I'm the best person to just expand on the issues and struggles they face. So from my end, as a part of the committee, I will first of all just take their advices and their experiences as a first-hand input into any consideration or like policies or communication we want to make with UC SHIP or the Ash Center, something like that. And just to make a structured, I don't know, Google form or interview, anything like that, or even group meetings, and just create spaces and channels for people to structurally take their advices here, and for us to structurally collect them and analyze them, and to structurally organize ways of communication with the Ash Center and with any parties that are involved. So yeah, I feel like that is my answer to that for now.
Yes, Kiara.
Yes, thank you so much for your answer. And so I wanted to ask you for one of our goals through, of course, the Student Wellness Mission next year is expanding on mental health resources and connecting with marginalized groups on campus. And so I wanted to ask, do you have any goals or thoughts on how we can expand the accessibility and of mental health resources for LGBTQ students on campus and destigmatizing that space for students through the collaborations with the center or the donor groups on campus?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. I didn't hear the last bit quite right, but thank you so much for bringing up mental health because that is definitely one of my long-lasting goal through anything that I'm doing. So I feel like we have services on campus. We have CAP service, we have Rise Center. We also have, as I've mentioned, therapy services provided by the LGBTQ Center. However, they are separated dots and they are different kinds of services. And I myself, as someone who is really passionate about mental health services we have on campus, even had to spend some time to really do research into these different services and to really use them to know that what they're like and what their differences are. And I think probably CAPS do provide identity or culturally specific group therapy services, something like that. And Rise also do that. But I just like to see more and to promote more LGBTQ specific and also certain identities within LGBTQ groups. For example, even though we're all under this broad umbrella of queerness, but trans people have different struggles they face very specific obstacles in their life that I believe is the same applied to any other identity under the queerness umbrella. So I would just like to promote for more identity specific mental health care programs, for example, group therapy sessions, for example, mental health workshops, or just to see more queer friendly labeled therapists out there for us so that we know, for example, if I'm outed to my parents, which therapist should I go for? Which therapist might have the best advice for me? And I just feel like we do not have those kind of resources clearly labeled, clearly distinct enough for now. So I like to sort of just address that gap.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions from council members? Seeing as there are none, whenever you're ready, could you please proceed with your 1-minute closing statement?
Okay. So thank you so much, everyone on the USAC board to spend time listening to my approaches and my mission here today. And as I've mentioned before, I just really want to strive for a more culturally inclusive and more supportive and diverse environment here at UCLA, even though as an international student from China myself, UCLA has already been the most welcoming environment I've ever been in so far. But I just see that there are potential to bridge gaps between different dots and to bridge gaps between different cultures and to really drive connections within the queer community. And also counseling service. I like to also call for certain initiatives on counseling services to address both community bonding and also issue tackling and protection while also striving for transparency within any services that thank you.
Thank you so much. Josh, could we get ARC's recommendations?
Yes, Yaron presented an excellent interview with ARC. As a vice president of the Lavender Lions Club, Yaron has experience advocating for the queer community through her efforts in increasing representation for students of Chinese descent who identify as queer. ARC was particularly impressed with her ideas to improve the LGBTQ center on campus, including introducing more cultural solidarity programs and more identity-focused support systems and staff for students looking for advice and support. ARC recommends Yaron for this appointment with a 3-0 vote.
Thank you. Now we're going to move on to council deliberations. So does anyone from council have any comments or concerns? Yes, Kiara.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, so I just wanted to speak. So Yadan was my appointee, and so I just wanted to say through reading her application, I believe that she is a very strong candidate for this role with her experience on the Lavender Alliance on campus, as well as her other endeavors, her skills in leadership, taking initiative, and her just drive to invest herself in engaging with the students on campus from the various identities within the LGBTQ community. I think will serve her very well in this position, while also with the goals that she mentioned today and in her application, advocating for inclusivity, inclusive space and accessible spaces and resources for LGBTQ students on campus. So with that, I am confident that she would be successful in this role.
Thanks, Kiara. Any other comments? Yes, Carolyn.
Yeah, I was just going to say, very impressed by your responses as well as reading through the ARC interview. I think that the intersectionality through which you view this issue is incredibly valuable and important. And I think that it will be a great strength to you in this position. So just want to say it was really great listening to you, and I really appreciate your thoughtful responses.
Thanks, Carolyn. Any other comments? Seeing as there are none, could someone please motion? Yes, Javier.
Hi, I motion to approve Yuram Zhao's appointment to the LGBTQ Committee on Student Affairs. Yeah.
Any seconds?
I second.
Thank you. Javier motions and Alex seconds. All in favor, please raise your hands now. Please lower your hands. All against, please raise your hands. And all abstaining, please raise your hands. With a 12-0 to 1 vote, that motion is approved, and Yuran is appointed to the UCLA Committee on LGBTQ Affairs. Thank you so much and congratulations. We're now going to move on to Yuran's second appointment with the Academic Senate Committee on International Education. Whenever you're ready, please proceed with your 1-minute opening statement.
Okay. Hi everyone. Once again, this is Iran. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a nursing sophomore in sociology. And as one of the international student ambassadors at Dashu Center, I am lucky enough to have the privilege to communicate with my fellow ambassadors and also to reach out to the wider international student body we have here at UCLA and to grasp a sense of our shared struggles within the community. And we oftentimes would find ourselves in similar situations as first generation students when it comes to navigating resources we have here at the US higher education system. And also to understand the structure, to navigate the courses, to know about what office hours are like, and to even how to send that accurate and appropriate emails to our professors. So I feel like I like to address these issues and to reach out to our community with more efforts and to provide more structured support to our community. That's my opening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're now going to move on to the 15-minute Q&A period. Are there any questions from council? Yes, Chris Spino.
Hello, thank you for being here. What is your understanding of the Academic Senate?
So I know that the academic senate position is one of the voting member position within the committee and across the board with also other student representatives and also our staff members and also the Dashu Center and the Studying Abroad Center we have here, which are the organizations / ex officio members on the board. So we are supposed to vote on, for example, official appointments, for example, any policies or motion brought to discussion, and also any other relevant business brought to discussion.
Thank you so much, Tamim.
Hey, Ron. My question to you is, what is your vision for upholding academic support and advocacy of international students at UCLA over the upcoming year?
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. the ISR for actually bringing up the AAP point, because I wanted to address that. Because I know that some higher educational institutions in the US do categorize international students as part of the AAP. However, here at UCLA, I do not see a very clear distinction within whether we are part of that community or not, and also whether the PLFs and study groups, resources like that are available for international students. And we also do not know whether there are any specific, international specific counseling units available for international students to help them navigate the unique struggles they have while they're here at UCLA. And also because the higher educational US system is very different to many other systems. So for newcoming students, they may not know how to do their research to find their way into academic support as well. For me, myself, I was lucky enough to have a senior from my high school to guide me through my first year into college here. But for many of my other international fellows, they are not lucky enough to have that resources. So I feel like as the committee of international education, we should really strive to work with both the academic counseling units and the DASH Center to help promote more international student-specific study support programs, for example, a clear distinction within the AAP, and also a more specific unit within the academic counseling unit to just help them know what resources they have to help them learn about the structure here at UCLA, and also just to help them ace their exams.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions? Yes, Chris Spino.
Hello again. So for clarification, it is not a voting body, at least not for students. It's more of an advisory body. But given that it's more of an advisory body, senators really have to develop an aptitude for relationship building. And so, what do you think are some skills necessary to develop that relationship building in order for you to sway faculty in a way that will get your points across?
Okay, thank you so much for that clarification. I feel like I do have kind of a more specific insight from the perspective of an international student, because coming in, we all share really different backgrounds working as a part of the international student ambassador program. Even, there are people with very different perspectives coming from very different cultural backgrounds. And I feel like my key to communication is, first of all, just to understand and to think from the other person's perspective, to understand their approaches, their priorities, and their concerns, and to try to understand, even though I may not share similar experience or similar thought process like them, but just to listen to them and ask specific questions whenever I don't understand, and to really try to get a whole picture to help me navigate, this communication process better. And also for faculty specifically, I feel like just to show persistency is quite important, because faculties are oftentimes very busy with their own constant, responsibilities. So just to show respect and to show consistency and your determination in communication, and to make sure that myself also know what are my goals and priorities, and to make them really clear in my communication. And yeah, mutual respect.
Thank you. Diego? Diego, do you not have a question anymore?
Oh, sorry. I thought I was unmuted. But you mentioned a little bit about AAP, and I just wanted to bring this into awareness because we talked a little bit about this during your ARC interview. And so AAP is often utilized by first generation and or lower income students at UCLA. And so I just wanted to ask my question again here from the ARC interview, just to bring this into awareness for my fellow council members. The Committee on International Education in the Academic Senate has had discussions of the implementation of standardized exams in admissions in their meetings. How would you advocate for or against the usage of standardized exams, which are known for their discriminatory impact against lower income individuals and applicants and their potential to limit access to higher education?
Okay. So from my own experience of taking standardized exams, including SAT and ACT, my application season was during the pandemic, which made it extra hard for me to get resources to make my way into even the exam itself. And also for disadvantaged, lower income students, first generation students, and international students, there are really limited resources for them to get access to those exams, both from money perspective and from the cultural perspective, and also just from the test exam structure perspective. For me myself, I was from an A-level high school, so I do not have any test center in my school or in my city even. So I need to travel to Hong Kong or Macau to take the exam, which visa and all the other traveling issues are involved, which just makes these exam taking processes nearly impossible for anyone who do not know enough about, resources you can reach out to, people you can ask to help you with registering for the exam, and even sometimes you will need to pay money for someone to support a spot for the exam. And it just overall just make the test more about the cultural capital, the money a student have, and how much they know about US college application instead of their actual personal ability to, present themselves as a capable applicant to the higher education. So I do not feel like these these co-factors would be appropriate to just slam the door on anyone who are trying to make their way into higher education.
Thank you, Chris. No?
My next question for you is, what does academic equity mean for you?
So I feel like academic equity is to try to make everyone aware of the same resources they have, and to try to fit in any gaps of anyone who started off a bit disadvantaged. For example, for first generation students, we should provide them with guidance, as in how higher education works, what are professors, what are TAs, what are office hours. Whereas students who are not first generation may already have learned this from their parents or any of their other family members. So, I feel like it's not just to say, oh, we have the same standard for grading your exams. We have the same kind of resources we have the same academic unit. You can just go in and anyone can walk in and access them, but also identify certain gaps that come with disadvantaged backgrounds and to fit in any gaps just as much as possible in absence of any other resources that disadvantaged or underrepresented students do not have.
Yes, Chris, follow up.
Yeah, my next question for you is, how do you go about having a conversation with someone who does not agree with you?
May I ask if this is specifically as a member in the committee or just in general?
I guess you can provide a general response and then one specific to the committee. That would work.
Okay, cool. So in general, when communicating with someone and facing responses that do not align with mine, I would say that the key is trying to understand and to provide respect, because even though we have freedom of speech, we are supposed to respect each other's opinions, regardless of whether personally we agree with them or not. So I feel like just in interpersonal relationships, or more importantly, as serving as a member on the committee, the most important thing is to show respect and not to attack anyone out of disagreement, because just to understand that with different information every person holds and with different backgrounds they come from, different opinions are just so common and so normal for people to have. And to show respect and to show understanding is the most important thing for me. And if this disagreement in communication is, for example, tied in with a specific policy or a specific motion I have, as a member on the committee, I would ask questions as much as I would to try to understand the other person's standpoint, to try to reconsider my own decisions and try to challenge other people's opinions against my own opinions, just to know that an opinion does not make sense because I hold it. It makes sense because it is a consensus, especially within a committee. So it is very important to, be open and to just take in advices and have the guts to challenge my own opinion.
Thank you so much. Are there any other final questions? Seeing as there are none, whenever you're ready, your 1 minute closing statement.
Okay. Thank you so much once again for all these brilliant questions and hearing my application today. So I'd like to stress that here at UCLA, we have 10% of international students. We also have a lot of students studying abroad every year and just really experiencing different cultures across the world. So I feel like as the Committee on International Education, we should also make our efforts into reaching out to different, for example, cultural clubs, different studying abroad programs to provide them with orientation, academic counseling, or any course specific support whenever those resources are made possible. And also to introduce more ready resources, for example, orientation, for example, study groups they can reach out to any new coming students, including transfers and first year students, to help them navigate their new, studying abroad experience better. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Josh, can we get ARG's recommendations?
Yes, Yaron presented an excellent interview with ARC. She has previous experience advocating for the needs of international students through her experience as an ambassador in the Dachu Center. Yaron displayed a clear passion for advancing the academic needs of international students with a desire to increase accessibility to programs such as AAP. With her goal of bridging international students into the UC system, ARC strongly recommends Yaron for this appointment with a 3-0 vote.
Thank you so much, Josh. We're now going to move into council deliberations. Tamim.
Thank you. Yaron is my appointment, so I'll be abstaining from the voting. I was thoroughly impressed by her application. She has shown outstanding dedication to advocacy and leadership through her initiatives, especially in addressing mental health, LGBTQIA+, and sexual harassment issues. Her proactive approach to these critical matters highlight her ability to handle sensitive topics with empathy and clarity. Additionally, Yaron has demonstrated strong communication skills, ensuring that diverse viewpoints are heard and incorporated into decision-making processes, such as her role in the UCLA International Student Advocacy Committee. She's also aware and passionate about the workings of the Office of the International Student Representative, and I strongly believe that Iran will collaborate on ensuring that international students are represented in the Academic Senate. Her passion for international education, community, and proactive nature makes her an excellent candidate for contributing meaningfully to CIE's objective. Therefore, I urge the Council to vote yes.
Thank you, Tamim. Any other comments, council members? Seeing as there are none, could I please get a motion? Yes, Chris.
Sorry, I just had a quick question. Sorry, a quick comment. I'll definitely say I agree with Tamim. Tamim and I collaborate on this appointment. There are a lot of collaborative appointments with transfers and international students to ensure that we have representation in the academic senate. I just posed the questions that I posed because I was not in your interview, because I could not be there, and I wanted to understand your perspectives and your understanding of the academic senate, because that's also just as important. But I look forward to working with you if you get appointed.
Thank you so much. Any other comments? If not, please motion to vote. Yes, Tamim.
I motion to appoint Hiran Zhao as a member of the Committee of International Education for the year 2024-2025.
Any
A
seconds?
second.
Tamim motions, Josh seconds. All in favor, please raise your hands now. Please lower your hands. All against, please raise your hands. And all abstaining, please raise your hands. With a 12 to 0 to 1 vote, that motion passes. Then you're on. Thank you so much. We're done with appointments now. Instead of moving on with officer reports, Josh, could I please get a motion to move to the budget?
Sorry, it was muted. I motion to move the 2024 to 2025 USAC budget approval item to the next item on our agenda tonight.
Any seconds?
A second.
All in favor, please raise your hands now. Please lower your hands. All against, please raise your hands. And all abstaining, please raise your hands. With a 13 to 0 vote, that motion passes. And our next agenda item is, sorry, Alicia, was that a vote or is your hand just up?
I was wondering if I can make a motion to make all officer reports written tonight. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah,
move to make all officer reports written tonight.
I believe that constitutionally, the three execs plus AAC have to give verbal reports. So with the exception of that, yeah, could we get a second?
I second.
Alicia motions and Carolyn seconds. All in favor, please raise your hands now. Please lower your hands. All against, please raise your hands. And all abstaining, please raise your hands. With a 12 to 0 vote, that motion passes, and all officer reports besides the 4 will be written today. So we're going to move on to the budget. Jessica, are you going to be screen sharing?
Yes. Does that work for everybody? Is that cool? I should have screen share abilities, I think. So let me try. And please don't judge the amount of browser tabs I have open because this is how I live my life. So, okay. So first I wanted to share a quick presentation that I put together in Canva to kind of walk through and frame the budget before we get to the budget sheet, just to kind of help present it in another way to hopefully be more clear with what's going on, just because it's a complicated spreadsheet. There's a lot of formulas there. And, you know, I've been working over the last several weeks with Stephen, who is our senior accounting consultant from Robert Half, to help me essentially rebuild this sheet from prior budgets, because what we realize is, you know, year to year when they get moved over, some of the formulas get lost, the data gets a little bit more difficult to navigate. And we identified some areas of the budget that were under budgeted last year. So we wanted to make sure that those were correct and accurate numbers. So, oh, sorry, I don't know why this is on the last slide. I just realized that. So hold on one second. Let me stop share and go back to the beginning of this presentation, because we're not at questions yet. Okay, so let me try to share screen again. Okay, so USA budget. Okay, so the timeline in terms of the budget process for approving and then having your budget be available to spend. So you all approve your fiscal year budget as a council. That's what we're going over tonight. Once you approve it, it goes to the finance committee of the board of directors for ESUCLA, and they're reviewing it for fiscal soundness, which just means, does the budget balance? Because you cannot spend more money than you have incoming.
So that is the timeline that we're currently on. The finance committee is meeting on the 16th of July, I believe. So this budget approved by USAC will need to get to them for that meeting so that they can review it. Once BOD approves it, then the budget is ready to be input into the system to make it available for you all to start using. So August 1st is when your fiscal year starts. So that is our time frame in terms of inputting it into MIP, which is essentially just our accounting system. So that's timeline. So in terms of how we build the budget and how we come to the numbers that we have, so the first piece of information that we get from the university is the referendum fee amounts for the upcoming fiscal year. So some of your fees are adjusted for inflation annually, some of them are adjusted every 3 years, and some are not adjusted at all. And that really just depends on what the exact referendum language says when it's voted by the students. And then most referendum also have the return to aid component, which means 25% of that fee collected goes back to financial aid. Your old fees, your oldest fees that were originated, in the 70s or 80s, even possibly the 90s, they didn't include return to aid because at that time, that wasn't something that the UC system instituted as a policy. So there are a couple that don't return to aid. Projected enrollment is the other piece of information we get from the university. So projected enrollment is for all undergraduate students, and they project it out for the year. So essentially we're taking referendum fee dollar times number of students we expect to pay that fee. That's how we come to your income. Then once we have your income, we're budgeting for your expenses for the year. So the first part of your expenses are the projected costs for your administrative and support services, which are things like the support services of student government accounting, your SGS team, your minute taker, your webmaster, all of our student employees. It also includes support services of basically all of the stipended positions that you also have. So like your J board folks, your election board, all of your funding chairs that get stipended through USAC, those costs are all your expenses. And then there's also additional expenses such as supplies, retreats, paying for your website, paying for the meeting space for your Tuesday night meetings when they're in person, things like that. So this is an example of the campus-based fee breakdown that we get, which essentially tells us exactly the dollar amounts of each fee. It'll tell you RTA means return to aid. So that's the portion of the fee that's going back to financial aid. And essentially we look at this for all of the student fee, the referendum student fees that you pay to determine how much your income is. This is an example of the enrollment sheet we get from the university. So these are screenshots from the tabs within the budget. But again, just wanting to pull these out and highlight before we get into the budget. So this is essentially how we're predicting how many undergraduates total are enrolled. We're projecting to be enrolled for next year. So this tab is essentially showing the fee summary. So how we're arriving at your income. So we know the fiscal year fee amount, and this is the dollar breakdown of where those pieces of money go. So for example, like your hashtag wellness initiative has multiple different components that receive money from that. So this is the dollar breakdown of how much money goes to each entity and collected over fall, winter, and spring. And then a couple of your fees do collect during the summer. And so that amount is calculated at a reduced enrollment rate. That arrives us at our total fee income. And then what we had to start doing several years ago was including an administrative services fee on all referendum funds to essentially be able to cover your administrative and support services, or what we basically group together as administrative overhead. And this is due to the fact that your overhead is primarily just paid by your membership fee, which is one of those fees that is not adjusted to inflation. So that income is static, but as things like minimum wage go up, and wage increases per, UC fee policies and things like that, that just makes it harder and harder to cover the cost of operating USAC as an entity. And then, so that's the administrative support fee. Your net expenditure funding is basically your total fees less the administrative support fee. This tab is going more into detail about how we arrived at some of the administrative and support services cost. So TGIF as a fund pays directly part of the wages for the grant coordinator. So that amount is pulled out and paid directly by the TGIF fee. The contracts position is also a position that is paid directly or billed directly to the fees that most frequently utilize that service of contracting. So that's going to be your entertainment fee, your community service fee, brew and bash, SWC fee for covering dance marathon, your CEC fee, and your CS fee. So that's where those portions break down to cover that subset. And then your overall total cost for administrative and support services is also shared with GSA at 10%. So GSA pays 10% of that cost as well. And then you'll see plant maintenance and plant utilities. So that's essentially a shared cost of the maintenance and utilities for the building. So all of your office spaces in Kirkhoff, as well as all of the office spaces you provide student organizations through OSAC, all essentially have a shared cost to, have electricity, to have internet, to have things like that in their office, to just pay for essential custodial services. So like, let's say, there's something wrong with your office carpet and you need it cleaned. We'll put in a ticket to get it cleaned, but you don't get charged a cleaning fee for that because it's already included in basic costs of your maintenance and utilities. So that's essentially the breakdown of how we arrive at those calculations. And then this final tab is all of your stipends for your elected officers, all of your funding chairs, any board or chair person of other boards that you pay directly a stipend. And then some committees also have additional supplies and facilities costs. So like facilities for election board, that's your fee you pay MyUCLA to have an elections ballot programmed. So the subtotal down here is basically the overall cost. And the way that this sheet was built is you can filter out by the board. So you can see more specifically like how much is the total of everybody in election board, or how much is the total of everybody in like budget review, which is like your budget review director and your CS mini fund director. So that's why there are filters on these things, so you can kind of see the different breakdowns. And then this is your tab that essentially goes more into detail of the administrative overhead. So we have stipends, there's worker compensation cost that is just like a standard payroll cost that needs to be paid. Administrative and support services is essentially your career staff support, your student staff support for all the positions that support USA, judicial board, FICOM, budget review and CS mini, election board, and so on. Bank charges are just essentially your bank account, which is a Bank of America bank account where all your money is held. Kirkhoff telephones, there are a couple offices that have telephones, so those are the costs to keep those telephones. Meeting facility, so that's your cost for the Bruin Viewpoint Room for all of your meetings for the year. So all of those costs combine total up your administrative overhead costs. So essentially, the budget version that we're presenting you today is a balanced budget. And what that just means is that, the budget essentially is not negative. So you can't spend more funds than you have available. We know for sure, the amount of income that we have coming in because we know the student fee rates and the projected enrollment. And then, we essentially are projecting your expenses so that we have a balanced budget. So the budgetable income section minus the budgetable expense section should equal a positive number, which is this net budgetable funds of 585. And per your bylaws, any remaining funds that are left over get split between the 9 council offices that don't have dedicated fee referendum income. So it's formally was referred to as SGOF. So if you see that anywhere, that's what that is. So that's essentially what our remainder is. So we're budgeted pretty tightly here. Now the referendum fees, another contextual piece of information I wanted to add. So a lot of the fee income is required to be spent per the referendum language. So you can't really change the nature of what it's being spent on without a vote of the student body. And your main fee that is kind of more flexible, where you could decide to do things with, is your membership fee. But that's 9% of your overall fee income. So it's not a lot of money. It was originated in 1978 at $10 per student per quarter, and it has not changed since 1978. So essentially, without any adjustments to the membership fee or a new referendum fee, this is always going to be a challenge when we're in the budgeting process of how can we balance, because if there's no new income, then it makes it hard with costs going up every year due to inflation, due to minimum wage increases and things like that. So that is essentially the presentation that I wanted to show you to kind of frame what we're going to chat about, but I can pause for questions, or I can just start sharing screen on the Google Sheet if you prefer that.
Any questions? Nico?
Yeah, so you said that our budgetable income is predicted based off like enrollment. So my question is like, what happens if people drop out or more people come into our school? Does that affect our income at all? Like, how does that work?
Yeah, so usually when the university is projecting enrollment, they are projecting a number that they feel confident that's going to be pretty close to accurate. Yes, some students do drop, but usually we're right about at the same, or maybe a couple more students are enrolled. So it's pretty close, but there hasn't really ever been a situation in which actual enrollment was so significantly different that it impacted the budget. So these are pretty safe numbers that we're working with, where we're saying we're expecting your income to be about this much. And so that's also part of the reason why we can't ever be negative, because if we're spending more money than we're projecting is incoming, if there are less students enrolled, then we would basically be in debt, in the negative. And just generally as an association for USA, we also have within the bank account, like there's some bit of reserve so that like your bank account's never going to be out of money essentially. So yeah, I mean, if there were a situation where an actual enrollment is a little bit off, usually it all balances out and it's okay. And even when during the year, it's really hard to spend every single dollar that it comes in, whether it be allocated to student orgs for different purposes or things like that. It's really hard to spend your money like dollar for dollar. So with all of those things considered, it's usually not very impactful if enrollment is slightly off.
Any other questions? Okay, I think Jessica, if we go through the budget.
Okay.
Do you want to go through each slide? Is that what you wanted to do?
Yeah, so I'm gonna pull up the spreadsheet. And I'm gonna go back through the main tab. the main page, which is your actual budget. And then what we can do is, if there's any specific questions as we're going through this, I can pop around to the other tabs to show more detail. But yeah, so I'll just go back over this tab. So
We had
again,
some potential changes we want to bring up. Would you want that to
Sure.
happen during, before, or after?
It can be during if you have questions, or if you want me to like go to a specific section that you had, like that you want to discuss options about. We can just do that. It's kind of up to you all, whatever would be easier.
Yeah, could we do that?
Yes. So what section would you like to look at
Could
specifically?
we first go to the expenditures tab?
Yeah. Oh, yes, here.
Yeah.
Yes.
So from here, we decided that we wanted to remove the Kirchhoff telephone fund.
Okay.
We thought it was a bit unnecessary to have.
Yes. So we can do that. However, if we do that, that does mean we are going to cancel everybody's phone lines, because we cannot have physical phones in Kirchhoff if there's no budget to pay that cost. That gets billed by the university ITS. So we can do that if you all agree to that. But any of your offices that do have phone lines, that does mean we're going to cancel your phone line in your office. So I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Yeah, Alicia.
I was wondering how much they are individually, because I think I need one for like trying to acquire sponsorship deals. It's better to do it with a phone. So if I had a phone number, that'd be great. So I wanted to know how much they cost, because maybe I could just get it off my supplies budget and not harm the expenditures one. So I just wanted to know if you knew that cost.
Sure. Yeah, let me see. I should have an email. So, okay, a basic phone line, and I think that this is a monthly charge. A basic phone line is $16.09 a month. And then if you need a basic phone line with voicemail included, it's like almost $19. So that monthly times 12 months would be about your cost for your particular office. And I do recall we did a phone inventory a couple years ago when we had adjusted this number down, and we did get rid of some phone lines then. So I'll have to see who else has phone lines that would be impacted. But yeah, so I would estimate maybe like $20 times 12, so like $240 for the year as an estimate.
Alicia, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that sounds good with me. I think I could cover it with my own budget.
Okay, sounds good. If no one else has any contentions to that, I think we're good with canceling the Kirchhoff telephones.
Okay, so I can change this to 0. And then let me make a note here. Phone lines to be paid by office directly. And yeah, we can deal with that on the back end after the budget is approved.
Yeah, and then next,
Let me
everything else is
highlight
going to be
this.
sorry.
Oh, you're good. I just wanted to
Everything-
highlight it to track my changes.
Yeah. Everything else is going to be in the governing body expenses tab.
Yes. Oh, and then quickly here, so this wasn't in my screenshot, but the way we calculate your stipend rates is based on LA County minimum wage. So the minimum wage rate went up to $17.28 as of July. And for executive officers, so anybody elected, we project your costs based on a 20-hour work week. And then every position that you appoint that's stipended is some percentage of your rate of pay. So that's how the calculations are currently. And those are all in your stipend guidelines as well. And that's a max cap of what you can pay people. So I did want to clarify that as well as we're discussing. We can reduce how much the stipends are, but you just can't go over that amount. So that's what this number is for the hourly rate.
Okay. So the first thing you want to do was completely remove the retreat and installation funds. Thought it was unnecessary to have those from student fees. From what I understand, installation funds are funds that are to be used for the installation of next year's council.
Yes.
But I still think most of us found it unnecessary to have that ceremony in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
So if no one has any content on that, we would like to remove the retreat and installation funds completely.
Okay. So let's zero that out. Zero that out. And zero that out. Okay.
Next was JBoard. You wanted to edit the stipend amounts. And so here I think we need to have a conversation because a lot of people. Sorry,
I was just gonna.
Yeah, a lot of people were considering or brought up the idea.
Okay. Oh, are you there
Yeah,
still?
a lot of us
Okay.
were considering. Yeah, can you hear me? Sorry. Am I lagging? Can you guys hear me correctly?
You're good now. I think you cut out for a minute, but you're good now.
I'm sorry. A lot of us were considering cutting JPort stipends potentially completely. So we just wanted to know what the regulations would be about that. Do they have to be stipended? Could they move to a volunteer basis? Just like what are the guidelines regarding that?
Yeah, so in terms of moving them to a volunteer basis, you know, they were actually a volunteer basis for a long time. And at the time when they had come to council to advocate for receiving a stipend, they essentially presented, you know, their rationale for that. And yeah, Orlando, if you want to jump in and give more context, totally hop in since you were the J Board advisor.
Yeah, perfect.
you.
I was the J Board
Yeah.
advisor during this period. So the judicial board is a cyclical body. As one of the, I forget who mentioned it, as one of the candidates that was appointed today, they want to talk about promoting J Board. Once they do that, what's in the past, if history repeats itself, J Board will go through an explosion of hearings. There will be, e-board, USAC, things will come up. And there's a lot of students on campus. So if J-Board decides to promote itself again, doing, flyering, Bruin Plaza, or whatever they decide, more than likely that will increase. So yes, the past couple of years, there's been a lack of cases, but I've been a part of J-Board when they would see 8, 9, 10 cases, several a quarter. So it is cyclical, just something to think about. But this would come up again because J-Board, as I said, will then kick up cases, and then the volunteers will be putting a lot of extra hours. And these hours usually come during midterms with everything because of the quick turnaround J-Board gives itself. So if you have any questions, hopefully that gave it a little bit more context.
Yeah, of course. It's just from our perspective, it seemed like it was super, super unnecessary. You know, over the past 2 years, I think we've given out around $100,000 in stipends for, I think, as far as I know, only one case to be reviewed, which is why the decrease is necessary for sure. It just doesn't make sense to have students pay for something that isn't utilized. But I understand the argument for it potentially being utilized in the future. Chris, you have your hands up.
Yeah, thank you for the insight. Orlando, I will say that I completely disagree with eliminating the stipend. I work in the child welfare space, and a lot of what we try to do is really give people sort of like pay them what they're worth. However, I do recognize that in recent years, J Board hasn't necessarily had cases, but I do want to say, as a lot of people I mentioned, the last case they had was during Carl King's presidency, which thinking about it wasn't long ago because we had Carl King, then we had Naomi, and now we have Adam. So I don't think it was too long ago when it comes to, I guess, judicial matters. I'm really putting it into just like the American perspective. Like, it's not really a long time, but I personally would be in favor of right now decreasing the stipends, given the fact that right now perhaps they're not at a place where they're doing a lot of outreach. But for me, I don't think it'd be. I think it'd be. I don't really like. I wouldn't want to go on the record of kind of like normalizing not paying students what they're worth, because oftentimes a lot of people already struggle. A lot of students already struggle to make ends meet, and I just think that not eliminating the stipends would, that's just my personal opinion, but yeah.
I
But I would
understand that
be in
argument,
favor of decreasing.
and I think for sure students that are putting in the work should be receiving a proportionate amount of compensation. But just the argument that there hasn't been a significant amount of work, and for them to be compensated with this amount is just unfair to the students that are paying their fees. For the fees are supposed to go back to them, and that just hasn't been happening with JBoard in the past couple of years. So I think it's our duty to make sure that the student fees are going to a good place. And I'm just, for me, I think we should at the very least cut it a significant amount. Yeah, Alex.
Hi, okay, sorry, just to make sure, is Jboard active throughout the whole year or just active during spring quarter?
Active throughout the whole year.
Oh, okay, okay, thank you.
Alicia.
Yeah, I'd like to second what you are proposing and Christopher's comment as well, because I think that like in seeing a recent pattern in the lack of cases, I think that automatically should change the way we are working. The fact that we are being conscious of where the money's going based on current conditions is really important. And I think it shows that we are doing a diligent job in caring about where the funds are going and where our budget's going. Especially because people are always upset about how we have this huge budget and they don't have enough resources. And obviously, like there's so many nuances in understanding this budget because a lot of it is not accessible to us. But the fact that we have this accessible to us right now and we're able to see and look at the past few years and look at the necessity for, these positions, I think we should make a decision about where the money's going because if things change this next year and then the sudden need for it to be stipended again comes along, I think that the next council could take care of that. And I think that leading by example of like seeing where we should put everything we have at based on community needs or lack of thereof is a really proactive way of doing so. So that's my 2 cents.
And also, if I'm not wrong, all of the excess money that we do get from cutting stipends could be placed back into council discretionary, which, correct me if I'm wrong, Jessica, at any point in the year, we could allocate council discretionary funds to a stipend.
So by reducing some of these numbers here, it's not going to add more into your council discretionary because that's usually a fixed budgeted amount unless you choose to increase it. What this will do by decreasing some of these numbers is going to drop more down to the bottom line that gets split into the 9 offices with no referenda fee funds incoming. So that's going to be the impact on the main page of the budget, which we can hop back over there in a little bit and I can show you. But the other thing that I did want to say regarding stipends, so if you are stipending positions, it really needs to be budgeted in your overall budget because it's too unreliable any other way. And if somebody is incoming this year to JBoard, usually they're working a 2-year term. So once they get hired, they're hired for those 2 years. They have to be budgeted. Like it's not good to rely on whether or not council's going to decide to do it in the future. But I will say if you're thinking about decreasing it a little bit, maybe you want to consider Right now we have them budgeted to be paid from September to May, which is the academic year. But maybe maybe fall quarter is pretty inactive. Maybe you want to budget them for 2 quarters leading up to election cycle. Because I do know that judicial board also typically is prepping in the event a case will come by reading historical cases and meeting regularly and doing work. So they are, even though there's no active J-board cases being submitted to them, they are doing work throughout the year to prepare for when a case is to come up. So that might be something to consider too, just as a way to sort of reduce it a little bit, but make sure that you do have something budgeted to stipend everybody.
Yeah, Chris Espino.
Thanks, Adam. There were just a few points that I wanted to touch upon. One was kind of like what you were talking about, Jessica, how like I think it would kind of make us like an kind of reliable council of like we start kind of giving people like, oh, like maybe this year, maybe not this year, maybe next year, right? Because it kind of I know like it's not necessarily our fault that we don't have like that big of a surplus coming in this year, right? But but I do think that that kind of bit like that, people might start seeing like, oh, well, like what are they doing with their funds, like blah blah. And I would argue that this is kind of an investment into the community. I don't think it is an investment in the community because um we have these institutions in place to kind of advocate for student needs. And so I don't necessarily think that this isn't a community resource, specifically since they're supposed to be the arbiter when instances of violation occur. So I would argue the complete opposite. I would argue that it is a community service, or a community resource. And then the point that I wanted to get at next is, it is my understanding, but correct me if I'm wrong, because I have little knowledge about the J board, but Orlando, maybe you have more knowledge when it comes to this, but it is my understanding, and Jessica, you just touched upon it a little bit, but it is my understanding that they do meet throughout the year. They just historically have had cases come up during the spring quarter, but it is my understanding that they do rendezvous throughout the year, and have meetings. And then the other thing I want to touch upon is I think some important questions that we should raise is, and that I kind of want to ask more Orlando since he was the advisor, is um who has the when the J board came to be, who really had the power for establishing the J board's duties? Was that USAC? Because if they don't have work, then I guess it would be I guess our fault for not really developing a more methodical structure of what the J board could work on aside from cases, or what would really fall under their purview. Would that be our jurisdiction to kind of figure out how we can strengthen our J board? Because I have heard that maybe I heard like previous council entertain perhaps the idea of eliminating the J board. But I think instead of like thinking of how to eliminate things that have been in place for a long time and perhaps even students advocated for, maybe start thinking about what we can do to restructure these, I guess, services or boards to ensure that they do what the people who worked hard to implement, really wanted them for. This is just some food for thought. And this is just because I also don't have a lot of knowledge when it comes to the J board, but I'll leave it at that.
Yes, if you don't mind me, I'll jump in, Jessica, on this one. The first question is the easiest. J board does meet throughout the quarters. Pamela Seisner is their advisor now. They do have to go through mock kind of trials, I guess, if you want to say, where they do get prepared. They review past cases, past precedent, and they do review that if cases do come up. Now, I since I don't advise them, currently, I don't know at what rate they meet. If that's something that you may want to reach out to their advisor to kind of get a little bit more details on what's been happening the past 3 years, because that actually coincides with me not being their advisor. So I'm also curious too as to the quick drop off. That is really surprising. To answer your other question, it's a layered question, but I can give you the most general and the most recent update to J-Board. Yes, J-Board was created by USAC to review any and all decisions made by USAC, even including cutting the budget. Any decisions made by USAC can be reviewed if a student of the association brings a petition forward. If J-Board deems it worthy based on its own process, it will then review the case. And in many cases, if the case is contesting any USAC decision, USAC then represents itself. It appoints someone to represent itself. Usually one of you all usually takes the lead on that, and then defends its decision. In the past, if J-Board ruled against USAC, USAC actually had the veto power to overturn any decision made by J-Board. So in essence, although they were there to review any decisions made by you all, ultimately you actually had final decision. That is until a few years ago that rule changed. Two major rule changes just happened to J-Board, I would say within the 5-6 years. The first one is before J-Board could be appointed, and once they were appointed, they could be on J-Board their entire duration of their time at UCLA. So they were appointed as a first-year undergraduate, and they were fifth-year senior. They were there for the full 5 years. During that time, there was no stipend, and so, but that changed. First change came was the stipend that you now see. The second change then came the 2-year limited appointment. So now they're limited to 2 years. The third one is they're the final say now. Any decision they come up with can never be overturned by USAC. So it's something for you all to remember the importance of USAC, why it was created, and actually the kind of influence and decision-making power it has within the current academic school year.
Mm-hmm.
Does that answer your question?
Correct me if I'm
Yeah,
wrong, but
thank you so
doesn't
much.
USAC have the power to overturn J-Board decisions with 2/3 majority?
No.
Not anymore per your constitution, actually. Yeah. So
When was
the
that changed?
I think two 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Orlando, do you recall?
Yeah, it was a referendum. It was part of it, so
Yeah.
that it was baked into the Constitution. This wasn't a decision made, but it was championed by that year's council. You all really pushed that rule change, so that's why it had really universal support that academic year during those years. But yeah,
I'm in the bylaws now, and it says that we can overrule them. I mean, sorry, the Constitution. I just pasted it in chat.
I don't have the best access to view this. Jessica,
This
can you
is
take a look at
Article
this?
6, Section C of the Constitution.
Unfortunately, I'm on the meeting on my phone, so I'm having a hard time viewing the document.
Yeah, I mean, we can look into that. Because
Yeah,
I mean,
it's on the
I
record
think,
now.
yeah, right now it's not really impactful on your budget, but we should look at that and make sure that the correct version of including the changes that were passed by the student body are reflected in there. And then you always want your bylaws to match or to be consistent with your constitution. So we'll definitely need to look into that. If we need to make corrections, we can. But essentially, like Orlando was saying, your judicial board is really essential to be like a checks and balances for USAC. So it is necessary to have them. But yeah, again, for this budget purpose, I wouldn't really recommend cutting it completely, because I think that doesn't leave you with much range of motion if something were to come up and you need to correct that. But I think if you all wanted to consider reducing it a bit, I think that could be, a good compromise to still have, have support for the board, but make sure that it's at a amount that is reasonable for you all.
Okay, so I have two main points of contention. First of all, is I just think regardless of whether or not we think we want to cut it, I think it's just too high. And when you think about it, this $30,000, we're taking it away from international students, we're taking it away from transfer students, we're taking it from all marginalized communities and all our students on campus, and giving it to a group that virtually doesn't do much or hasn't done much in the past. And while I think it's important that we work to reform JBoard, and that's something that we definitely should work on, I think at the very least we should be cutting this by a bit. Nico.
Yeah, so I'm obviously a non-referendum office. And looking at an associate justice getting 4,000 a year when I have to fight during surplus to get my directors measly $500 for a year of work, it just doesn't seem like it's fair, especially when also a non-referendum office is only right now budgeted $585, which is a huge fraction of this. So my recommendation is if we as non-referendum offices are paying out a stipend, the $580 we are able to pay our directors from stipend amounts, that the associate justices should get equal to that, like the same amount. So I would recommend cutting it down to $580 a year because, in my opinion, at least, I think directors for a lot of offices put in more work than we have seen the judicial board historically put in to USAC.
Josh.
Oh yeah, I just want to kind of echo what Nico said. I'm also a non-referendum office, and getting only $585 a year would just be a really huge limitation. Not even just for director stipends, but even being able to host events. Like I know some of our largest events last year, it was like $1,300 just to reserve the Ackerman Grand Ballroom. Catering alone can cost up to $500, which would be like our entire office budget gone. And a lot of our non-referendum offices are focused on giving back to the community, especially non-traditional students like transfer students or international students as well. So I think just having this much funds being allocated just to a handful of people at the same time is also taking away from our ability to give back to students through our different offices initiatives.
Mono.
Yeah, I know like a lot of other officers have touched on a lot of different aspects that I agree with, so I don't want to like repeat them word for word, but we're discussing how like these are student fees that are paying these stipends when even though they're like actually like meeting like when they are actually meeting to review these procedures and stuff, the output towards student communities is a lot less limited than in other ways that we could use this money, whether that's reducing their stipends by law or completely cutting it. I just think that like if we're moving around student fees, our focus should be on making sure those student fees are enhancing student life. And based on the patterns we've seen, even if they are meeting internally, which we don't really see a record of, I just think that we should kind of really make like work I think that we should value output for student communities, not to say that I don't value student labor, even if it's like just internally, but considering that like a lot of student organizations do labor to support the student community that is unpaid, I don't think it should just be like the end all be all that they're preparing for a case. Yeah, just based on the fact we've seen, I don't have a lot of confidence in the fact that spending $30,000 to give stipends to 7 individuals is the most beneficial use of student fees.
Thank you, Mono. Orlando.
Oh yeah, great discussion. This is more of a comment on I believe yours is that reform, just something to think about as you're talking about JBoard beyond the budget is currently, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jessica, currently JBoard is an autonomous body of USAC, and USAC's only authority over JBoard currently is appointments. As highlighted today, and as what we're talking about their budget. As far as their process and how everything goes, that is already, they control their own process. So the way the reform happened in the past was through a referendum. So if you're looking to maybe work with J Board. You may want to bring this up to them and let them know that this is happening, and to work with them on any reform that you may have, because any reform internally would have to come with the Chief Justice and within that body to make any changes that you're making, as far as I'm understanding your reform. So it's just something to think about as you are looking at their budget, as well as thinking about seeking reform within that space.
Yeah, Chris Espino.
Sorry, I just want, again, I do believe that it should be decreased. $30,000 is egregiously high, but I don't believe it should be a volunteered position. Um, Studies have shown, and time and again, and we see this as marginalized communities, people who have historically volunteered are people who have time to do it. Marginalized students do not have much time to volunteer. Of course, that has changed over the course of time because resources are available. But originally, white folks have been the people who have had time to volunteer. That is why they have had the time to serve on committees, because marginalized communities have to get paid, have to work 2 to 3 jobs in order to receive. So sometimes paying these positions allows students to get a stipend and allows for people who look more like me to be in these spaces. That's kind of what I'm thinking. And then also, I mean, we just appointed justice board members, and a lot of them are justice, or what is it? Associate justices. We have people from various communities on there. So I just wanted to say that, but I do believe it is egregiously high.
Mm-hmm.
I get that perspective and I agree with it.
Do
Sorry, go ahead,
quick question, because I know there's more comments. Do we want to adjust some of these numbers just to see what that impact is, and then we can go from there? Just to kind of like, I mean, if we cut the 18 weeks of September through December, that almost halves it. So we can zero this out.
But then hypothetically, they wouldn't be working during those times.
No. They're still appointed through the whole term, and they work through the whole term. But essentially, it would reduce the amount that they're budgeted. So then they're basically only going to be paid, a lower amount. I mean, unless you want me to make the change over here to their actual rate, I can change this. But this was tied to what eBoard was at as well. So just something to consider if we need to adjust eBoard. But we can drop these down. We can drop these down and see what that does. Like, let's say if we just cut them in half, does that sound like a reasonable? Yeah, let me do that math but go ahead and keep talking. I'm gonna do the math and see what that comes out to.
On Chris Espino's point, I think it's definitely very valid and we should be considering that, which is why I'm maybe not fully on board for completely cutting it. But I think at the very least having it, just because if we look at the time to compensation ratio, at least from what I can understand and from what I've been seeing from J-Board over the past year, I've talked to members that are involved in different stakeholders. They haven't been meeting on a regular basis. But I think that there's definitely an argument that as student body representatives, we have to make sure that there's equal opportunity for all people of all backgrounds and all socioeconomic statuses to fill these positions, which is why I think having it might be a good number. Javier?
Yeah, I was just gonna, I was gonna echo that. Yeah, I do think we should severely reduce these, especially going back to what Mona said about like the hourly rate not really matching up to the output and everything. If we want to talk about supporting marginalized students, we should talk about the absolutely laughable allocation towards offices like TSR and ISR that are at 500 right now. Also, like some other folks have brought up the fact that, like, their offices, because they're non-referenda, only have like 500 folks. Like only have like around 500 and everything. So like if we want to talk about giving back to marginalized students, and let's also revisit the fact that a lot of our campaigns ran on giving back to our most marginalized and everything, we should give it to the offices that actually produce tangible results, because unlike opposite, or like unlike bodies like USAC, or unlike bodies like elections board and everything, J board doesn't necessarily produce the most, like, I guess, like tangible impacts. If they are just like in meetings, like prepping for a trial to come that may not even come, and this money is frankly being like tossed away as something that could be thrown more into actual community resources like funding bodies, like our offices and whatnot. But yeah, I just feel like if we want to prioritize like or bring up an argument of like supporting marginalized students, we should really bring it back to like what our offices are meant to do and the work that we actually do and produce.
Okay, Diego. Diego.
Sorry about that. Just wanted to echo exactly what Javier said. It's really sad to see that non-referendum offices are currently only allocated $500. Um, I was able to see what the groundwork that Tyra was able to do as the previous TSR, and to see that a position like transfer student rep only received $500 is very sad and shameful, considering their office is the one that does the most groundwork, working with student organizations, Latina, and other Black and Brown student organizations.
Thanks, Diego. Alex.
Hi, okay, I feel like this might be a no, but is it possible, because it sounds like the money that we're like allocating elsewhere from this, or just like anything will go to equally to all of the 9 non-referendum offices, but are we able to like vote or something to allocate different amounts to specific offices?
We can.
Yeah. So basically on the front tab, we can adjust the base budgets for you all, and it'll just shrink the remainder at the bottom. And so we could do it that way so you can kind of see the differences. Right now they just get budgeted equally just as something to start. And again, because that source of income, there's no referendum fees that go into those offices. So that's essentially coming from the membership fee, which is that static fee that doesn't ever increase. So it just gets harder and harder to have any kind of budget with costs increasing for everything. But yeah, we can go in and make those changes, and then it'll just shrink what you have remaining at the bottom, and then whatever you have remaining at the bottom gets evenly distributed.
And Alex, I think we can talk about that when we see the final numbers.
Yeah. Do you want
Orlando,
to go in and make e-board adjustments too, the same rates as J-board really quickly?
We're gonna do e-board a bit different. Can we stay on J-board
Okay.
until we finish?
Yep. Sure.
Orlando, is your hand still up from last time? Sorry, or do you have a new point?
Sorry about that. I didn't see my hand was still up. No point.
Problem. Nico.
So I hate to be a broken record, but once again, like I have been a non-stipended director working in a non-referendum office for 2 years. And I didn't know that JBoard was getting this much money for what my understanding is not very much work. Even with the cut, they're still each getting $2,000 a year, where referendum offices once again have to fight during surplus to get a $500 one-time stipend for each director, assistant commissioner. So I do think, in my opinion, that JBoard should be reflective of what directors and offices get. So I think they should just get a $500 honorarium payment at the end of the year. Just like I have to get my directors. Like I'm hiring right now, I can't even tell them I can guarantee them money. But from my previous experience in USAC, I have seen the directors of non-referendum offices and referendum, like all directors, put in a large amount of work. It's just very unfortunate that non-referendum offices are not able to pay our directors that much. And like when you look at the offices like ISR and TSR, like it is important for, someone coming into UCLA internationally, like they deserve to be paid for their work. Someone who's coming in for only 2 years at UCLA who are trying to like make this community better, and they have a smaller stakeholdership in our community because they're only here for 2 years, but they're still putting in that effort. They also deserve to be paid equally for their work. And if JBoard is meeting, even if they're meeting for mock trials, I don't really see how that's beneficial. Or I get that's beneficial. I just don't see how that's like worth a $2,000 payment. When once again we have to fight during surplus for a $500 payment.
Okay, Mona and Tamim, I'll get to you in a second. Jessica, hypothetically, we wouldn't be able to stipend lower than $40 a week because of because of funding rules, right?
Yes, I believe so. I was trying to find what that number is, but
It's
$40
40.
a week sounds right. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna say yes on that one.
But then hypothetically, if we were to want to go lower than that, is there any methods of delivering stipends that aren't weekly or just like that come as in one sum?
I mean, we can do. I'm trying to think. I think we can pay quarterly, but
Okay.
I would have to verify logistically what that looks like because I don't normally process payroll. So I
Okay.
can't like confidently answer that right now, but I can look into that for you if that's something you want to consider
No, just check.
amending later. Yeah.
We'll go Mona, then Tamim, then Chris.
Yeah. So like Nico said, I kind of wanted to bring up that point again about like, and also kind of address Chris Espino's point about bringing in more marginalized students and to have the ability to engage in such leadership opportunities. Because I am passionate about marginalized students getting engaged in leadership opportunities. But when it comes down to it, I just did 37 interviews for my office and I wrapped them up. And at the beginning of each and every single one of my interviews, I had to say, for the sake of being transparent on my end, that I can't guarantee you a stipend, even though I am asking for 5 to 7 hours of work from you. And I couldn't guarantee them anything. And whether I can or can't, and that's not something I could control, right? But when it comes to it, these students who are still able to be like, yeah, like I can accept these terms, I can still engage in your office, I can still be a leader in the TSR office and see this output on the student body because they care about having that impact on transfers on the student body as a whole. I think it's kind of like it goes back again to the fact that like as other officers have iterated that like for the last couple of years, Judicial Board hasn't had a lot of output or impact on the student body in the sense that they're meeting internally, they're growing internally, and it's great that they're able to be prepared for these like hypothetical cases. But if they haven't been if they haven't had an impact on student body, and we know there are so many other avenues for us to have an impact on students, then why aren't we focusing in our money where we can actually have or the money that students have paid to the university on areas that will actually impact them?
Oh, there you are.
I don't know. It just kind of feels like a little like there are so many other also appointed positions that are a little bit more focused in on various ways to help marginalized people, and some of them aren't stipended. And so like I agree that students should have an access to opportunities that will help them grow as leaders and that like their labor should be valued, and especially for marginalized students, like that is a genuine concern and I like do hear that and I do believe that. But then at the same time, it's just how are we comparing, how can we decide that 7 individuals will get like whether it's like $4,000 $2,000 a year for things that don't have an impact on the student body, where students who are also trying to get engaged in leadership opportunities from various marginalized backgrounds can have no guarantee of any financial compensation for the work that they're putting in that's helping them grow as leaders and also having an impact on the student body. And yeah, I just kind of wanted to really agree with the things that previous officers have said, especially echoing Nico's points of like the fact that non-referendum directors get a maximum of like $500 for the work that they've done throughout the whole year that oftentimes does have a consistent, tangible impact on the student body.
Thanks, Mona. Tamim?
Yeah, I just want to start by echoing everyone's thoughts. Uh, Being a non-referendum office and getting a budget of $500 is like really bad, just because like as the Office of International Student Representative, we also employ a lot of people of color. We also give employment and leadership opportunities to many marginalized communities and marginalized individuals. And for them to be working every week, even during the summer, like our director applications were over last week and they started in the work. They are reaching out and they're putting approximately 3 to 4 hours every week, even during the summer, and not being compensated. Like, as Mona previously mentioned, that like we had to tell our officers and directors that we are not sure that we can pay you. And even then they are like, putting all their passion in to make sure that the international community as well as like other communities get or like are able to see the tangible effects of the office is just commendable. And I believe that like $2,000 for like a judicial board position is not justified just because they are hypothetically meeting for mock trials, which may or may not happen, whereas other officers and directors are actually meeting every single week, working on projects and collaboration events with other entities that directly impact the students who are paying for the money. So I believe that maybe not cutting the amount to zero, but to maybe like give an equal amount, like $500 per year to the J board would be justifiable just by the amount of the work. I also feel that $500 is much because they are working on hypothetical cases. But as Chris Espino pointed out, that it would like if we would cut it to zero, they would not get an opportunity. So yeah, I do believe that we should cut down to at least like $500, like how much we're paying our directors, even though I feel that it's a little bit unfair.
Yeah, last Chris Pino, and then I think we should make a decision.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. I just wanted to briefly say that I do think maybe a little bit more than 500 for me personally, but I did want to provide some understanding to you, Jessica, like of what other entities do, because I know that I was a member of Resident Government Council. We got paid $400 per quarter, so what is it? 1,200. So it can be, there are entities at UCLA. I don't know, like if the laws are different, if the regulations are different, but I wanted to tell you and the rest of the council that there are other entities. I know Tamim knows this as well because he also served with me on Resident Government Council. So there are entities who are paid quarterly. Also, the senators, they also receive what we call honorarium payments. My senators also don't really get paid for their work. They get paid miserably. So I definitely understand what everyone's saying. If it wasn't for EVA last year, EVP's office last year, then our senators wouldn't have gotten paid this previous year. They were going to get paid zero. So you can also do honorarium payments because I know, when I was a senator, we did 150 for the year. And then this year, because EVP office last year donated to AAC, we were able to pay the senators 200. So these are I just wanted to give this so that the other council members know that there are other entities too, but who do other things as well.
Okay, so I think a good midpoint quarterly payments are possible. Let's say 400 a quarter. Does anyone have any contentions with that? Okay, sounds good. Jessica, if that's possible, I'm not sure how we want to do it on the budget. Maybe we just
Well,
total.
one question. So you're wanting to make all of their rates the same rate? They all Chief Justice not making different.
Maybe
They
Chief
would
Justice
all just be
500 a quarter.
500 quarter and then everybody else 400.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can make this look legible. Give me one
Maybe if we
second.
just change the total value for now, so that I can change the numbers under that and then later figure out the quarter system.
Yes. Give me one second
No
because
problem.
I just want to highlight this. I don't want to lose anything and then throw the numbers off. So okay, 500 and then 500 per quarter, so 1,500. And then
Yeah,
400 per
that's true
quarter,
for
so
the others.
1,200.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think supplies is fine at 300. That looks good for now. I think we're gonna have to figure out what to do with the weekly rates and the
Yeah. Let me just put a comment on here. Oops, 400 per quarter. Okay, I think that should be okay like that because I think it's just totaling. Okay, so now we want to go look at eBoard, or was there
Board.
something else after JBoard?
They are, but we'll do eBoard now. It's fine.
Okay.
And so there's no official language that forces eBoard and JBoard to be similar, right?
No, it just
Okay.
well, I mean, it's in the stipend guidelines as a cap,
As
so
a
I think
maximum.
you're okay there because it's a maximum, but yeah, it was just established at the same rate because during that time they were kind of similarly very cyclical. Like election board was more active during election season, as was JBoard, so that was just how they justified like what rate to determine for stipends. But yeah, they don't have to be the same if you want to have them different.
We probably do.
So here's eBoard. Yeah. So okay, why don't you tell me what you all are thinking and then we can run the numbers here.
So this one, I think we're all already decided that the chairperson will remain the same, and
Okay.
then all the other directors would be halved.
Half? Okay. So 106.44 divided by 2. So these are all going to be 53.22. And then we highlight these. Okay.
That seems good. And then we wanted to take advertising down to $2,000.
Okay.
And then everything else seems good. Does anyone have questions or comments on this? Okay, so that seems good for eBoard. If we could go to budget review director next.
Oh, sorry, 1 second. Let me just highlight this one too.
No problem.
Okay. Sorry, which one? Can you say that again?
Budget review board.
Budget review board. Okay. Oh,
So for this one, Nico, I know you mentioned information about the assistant budget review director. Do you mind if you talk about that for a bit?
Yeah. So I know because I was actually going to apply for this last year that the assistant budget review director was not ever appointed last year. I'm like 75% confident it wasn't appointed the year before. And there hasn't been any noticeable, I feel like there hasn't been any noticeable issues with the role of budget review director without, like when they don't have an assistant, I don't think there's a big effect. So I was thinking we could cut assistant budget review, like the position completely, if not make it a volunteer position where maybe the assistant budget review director is getting trained to the next year be the budget review director. So then it'd be a volunteer basis instead.
I'm fine with that. Does anyone have any comments or concerns?
I don't agree with cutting anything. Like, well, I do agree with cutting, but I don't agree with like volunteer-based positions. But I really don't know anything about the position, so I digress. I just wanted to put that out there.
So the budget review director manages all BOD applications.
mm-hmm.
Oh,
And
that one
maybe
yeah.
That one makes sense for
Sorry,
it to be. That one, if they're just a review board. I know that we on the Northwestwood Neighborhood Council, we don't get paid, and it sounds similar. So
Yeah. I think
but it has
budget
a
review.
similar.
So sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say it's similar to FICOM in terms of appointing money. For like contingent, how FICOM works on contingency, budget review board or budget review directors work on BOD.
Thanks, Adam.
Sorry, Jessica, what were you saying?
Oh, I was just gonna say budget review board is kind of a misleading label. But it's just to categorize them together because usually they just get budgeted this way. But these ones are actually your community service mini fund funding body, and then these two are what manages BOD programming fund. So I just wanted to clarify that in case if it looks kind of weird that they're all under budget review board.
Yeah, Kiara, go ahead.
Yeah, just kind of going off Chris's point in terms of like clarification of the role. I don't know, Nico or anyone else would be able to clarify what the workload looks like throughout the year, or if it's more like at certain points, like case by case or something.
Yeah, Nico.
Okay, I don't know how accurate this is, but when I was applying for it, I was told that you only do work over the summer and then you sit there for the rest of the year. But once again, that was just what I was told by someone, so that's my understanding.
Jessica, how accurate
That's
is
such a bad thing to say. I don't think that's accurate at all. But what I will say about budget review committee, they do have quarterly funding deadlines, so there is work year round. Budget review director gets budgeted for a summer weekly rate because usually that person's getting appointed to work through the summer and also just be available to support council and other like budgetary matters. But historically in practice, that role has kind of more so fell on the FICOM chair's shoulders than the budget review director. So that's again something you want to think about more holistically. But in terms of like why they're both stipended, they do have quarterly funding allocations, and they do have to meet to hold hearings for all of the organizations that apply. So they are coming to council once a quarter with funding allocations. And basically similar to FICOM, like they have to like distribute event codes and sign requisitions and things like that. So that's why the two of them are budgeted through the year and budget review director starting in summer.
Yeah, Chris Espino.
Sorry, y'all. If that's the case, I do not digress. I want to make sure that I'm making decisions based on real, what is really happening. And recs are really hard, y'all. I've been doing my recs and they're really hard to do. It's been a lot of learning. So I just wanted to say that too.
Okay, so what I was thinking is changing assistant budget review director since it hasn't been fulfilled, or it has in the past couple of years, changing that to a similar idea to J-Board, maybe a $400, $500 a quarter stipend, and then lowering the budget review director budget. Sorry, not the budget, the stipend. By how much, I'm not sure. If anyone has ideas, let me know. Yes, Alex.
Hi, okay. I'm just like, I wish I had more like tangible like information. I know like for a lot of the stuff we discussed, like it'd be nice to have that. But these, I mean, like if they are doing a lot of work, like I think these stipends like make more sense. But like 10, oh wait, it went away. It was
Sorry,
like,
no, sorry. I added in. That was my bad.
it's
Sorry.
okay. I guess I wish I just had more like tangible evidence for why like we'd be paying a single person $11,000, but maybe that's more work I need to do on my own.
I don't think this is all you, Alex. I think there's some missing pieces. So let's say assistant budget review director, if the role is filled, that's 500 a quarter, so 1.5 total. And then let's just say we cut the budget review director's stipend to 150 or 175, and then have the summer be a third of that rate.
So you want 175 weekly?
Yeah, how much would that be?
Let me see. And then the weekly rate.
It would be a third of that, no?
So you said the week or the summer would be a third of this 175?
It's required to be that, no? Or maximum a third.
Yeah, I think so. That sounds right. I mean, I don't have the stipend guidelines in front of me, so let's calculate it at that first, but
Oh, sorry, 58.3.
And then let me do summer weekly rate
Nico,
equals
go ahead.
this.
I can provide more information on budget review director based on our bylaws, if that would, I'm assuming that would be helpful for a lot of us.
Go ahead.
Okay. So the budget review director is the chair of the budget review committee, which is also what the 3 people from USAC that we appointed to the committee serve on. I don't know historically in USAC if that committee has done a lot of work. My understanding is it's not that much work. The budget review director also serves on the financial review oversight board, which is the new board the financial supports commissioner implemented last year. That has, as of right now, 0 work because it was not like it was in the bylaws, but it was not executed last year. So that will be being executed this year. But my understanding is it will not be enough work to warrant a $7,000 stipend each year. And then the last thing for the budget review director in the bylaws was something, I just need to find it again. It was like a study group fund, which I haven't heard anything of. Oh, it's composition of the funding study group, and the budget review director and assistant budget review director are part of that. But I haven't seen anything from the funding study group. I honestly did not know it existed until this moment.
What does everyone else think?
Can I jump in really quick if nobody else, or while folks are
Yeah.
thinking of, if they have a comment, but I did want to at least share, the time that I've been working with USAC and budget review director. So I will say the last 2 years have been really unusual. Like a budget review director was appointed, but then they didn't actually, fulfill the role the way it was intended. And, they weren't really responsive to students. There were a lot of issues with funding. The council members that serve as part of the committee, they are essentially tasked with like reviewing applications and participating in the funding hearings so that there's, a full committee, because budget review typically just has the 2 positions, which is not really enough for a full funding body committee. But I will say, budget review director and like the BOD programming fund definitely needs to get on a better track for the upcoming year of just being, more active, more responsive to students. I will say the last 2 years were more so what I would consider an anomaly with how that office functioned. So I do just want to at least give that context for you all. That yeah, they should be a lot more active and they should be doing a lot more for their fund. It just has been unfortunate that the last couple years it's kind of struggled a bit as a committee.
Nico?
Okay, yeah, I just want to apologize then. I've only had the experience of budget review committee for the past like 2 years, so I haven't seen much come out of it, but it makes sense that more should be coming out of it. I'm not 100% sure how much a FICOM individual makes right now, but it seems like their role is pretty similar to that of a FICOM, I guess, director would FICOM director. So would we be able to maybe just
FICOM chair makes about 13,000. The FICOM vice chair makes around 7,000, and then FICOM members make around 2,000.
So I feel like maybe a middle ground between the director and the vice chair, if not just the director, would make more sense given what we seem to see what the workload is for budget review director. That's just my suggestion though.
Yeah, I think our number is closer to the vice chair amount. So are you suggesting raising it?
I'm suggesting like maybe 5,000 to 4,000. If a director you said makes I'm sorry, I can't remember, you said like 2,000 maybe. I feel like
the chair makes 13,000, the vice chair makes 7,000, and then members make around 2,000.
Okay, I feel like the budget review director is a more equivalent to a director in FICOM. So I would say maybe closer to the director's stipend would make more sense.
You mean a member?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Whichever one was the 2,000.
Finance committee.
That was 2,000.
Yeah.
Or it's like
So the member you're saying make the director similar to a FICOM member.
That's my suggestion.
1753. Okay.
I think it should be slightly higher than that just because of the responsibility. BOD is a big budget and there's only one person running it all.
So do we want to maybe go
I think maybe 120 is a middle ground number.
120? Okay.
Because you also don't want to under stipend, which would
this one.
cause less work ethic or less because it's an already struggling position. So if we under stipend it too much, I wouldn't
40.
want it to perform because of that.
Okay, so that's what we're looking at for the chair, the budget review director, 5,120.
Yes, Chris, go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say, earlier this year we were advertising positions. We advertised them as some of them as stipended and some of them as not stipended. So when I don't know like who appoints all of these positions, but I just wanted to like remind folks just for the sake so that people don't start saying that, we're lying to the public. Just like don't forget to like remind them of these changes because these changes would be implemented as of this year, correct? For this year?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So just wanted to remind my fellow council members to like make sure notify people because it might have been that certain people applied for certain reasons. So just to save ourselves from any scrutiny or like not being open, even though this is a recorded meeting and the public has access to it, but it's not like the public is always listening to our meetings. So just wanted to put that out there.
Thanks for that, Chris. So is everyone fine with the 120 a week for 5,000 total and then having the assistant budget director at 500 a quarter? Is there any opposition to that? Okay, so I think that's what we're gonna do.
500, and this one is okay. So I think that one's good.
We have some thoughts on CS director members.
Yes, which this is community service mini fund.
So Carolyn, do you want to talk a bit about the CS mini fund and your thoughts?
Yeah, sounds good. I think that based off of discussions with Chia-Ying, my predecessor, I think is the word. Yeah, predecessor, as well as personally knowing members of the CS Mini Fund. I think the stipends are a bit high for the amount of work that they are doing. While they do meet regularly and do hearings, at the same time, I think that based off of these discussions, it's a little bit high. So I would recommend maybe halving what's there for both the for both the CS Mini Fund director and the members, but open to suggestions. This is just based off of the experiences I've had with people in my office that have been in it, as well as Chia-Ying.
Yeah, so I think you have the most experience by far with the CS mini fund. So if anyone else has any thoughts, that's fine by me. Okay, it seems like that's what we're gonna go with, Jessica, just half for each position.
Okay. So let's do.
Yeah, just to comment back on that, definitely think half is probably more proportions of that work, but also want to recognize that the student fees could be spent better and go back towards the community in ways, which is why I also recommend having it not only just because it's proportion to the work, but so all of the fees are really going back towards the community in more tangible ways rather than going to stipends that might be a little bit too high. So yeah, just wanted to emphasize that point.
Thank you, Carolyn.
do this one yet? No, not yet. Okay. Okay.
Thank you so much, Jessica. We have one more. I'm so sorry. One more change.
All good.
And that's
Okay.
with OSAC.
OSAC. Okay. Yep.
So we've had a lot of struggle with OSAC over the past year, especially over the past month. I think, Alex, maybe you can talk about it a bit more because you're way more familiar than I am.
I feel like is still more information I need to learn, but basically OSAC reviews applications from student organizations to allocate office space to them in Kirkhoff. I know Adam and I have talked a little bit about this and how, I mean, I've had multiple people just come to my office alone and say that they haven't gotten a response from an email. They found the application confusing or didn't feel like they got enough help regarding that. So I don't know if you want to touch on the
Yeah.
possible
So
changes,
OSAC
Adam.
allocations have been on our agenda for the past 3 or 4 meetings, and the director hasn't showed up to either of them, and the allocations are out of date, and they've been unresponsive for meetings. And then I have other thoughts. So OSAC only appoints offices every 2 years, but I think they still get paid every year, even if they're not appointing that year, which is very weird. So what I'm suggesting doing is completely removing OSAC, and then either replacing that position with a student staff position under SGS, or coming up with another idea on how to properly allocate space. I honestly think that's either myself or Alex or both of us would end up doing it for this year. But I think what we should do is remove these stipends, which is going to be around 14,000 total, and then put that 14,000 into council discretionary funds, so that when we do decide what we want to do or how we want to go about OSAC, we can use that money to allocate it towards that. Alicia, thoughts?
Hello?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm driving. I think OSAC should not be given to SGS. I don't think AHUCLA should have any oversight over that. I think that it should potentially be a volunteer appointment, like what do you call it? Like a consent appointment. Because I think the job to I don't know, especially because of like what you just mentioned of like how it only appoints every 2 years. But if if it should be stipended, I think um I was wondering if FAC maybe that if could potentially be stipended through TGIF or something. Just because they do deal with a lot of like sustainability and supporting physical office spaces. So I was I'm maybe wondering if that could be a possibility. But if not, I do think that it is a relatively I've never seen this position like blossom personally my time at USAC. So I do have some concerns with the stipending of it. But if anyone has any comments about that, that would be great.
So I think because there's still a lot of conversations we have to have about OSAC and their conduct, I think the fairest and best thing we could do is removing the stipends for this, putting them into discretionary, and then having that conversation and deciding what we're gonna do with office space allocation. Either keeping OSAC as it is, reforming it, creating a new position. But I just don't want the money for these stipends to be locked into OSAC if we decide not to have OSAC later. So putting the money in discretionary would be more beneficial. Alex?
Oh, I was also gonna say, oh wait, what was I gonna say? Sorry. Um, wait, yeah, we are able to allocate to stipends or sorry, honorarium payments, if we decide later in the year. Just making sure.
Yeah, it's up to our discretion.
Okay. And then I guess like would it be a bylaw change? I feel like it would be, but that's like another conversation, sorry.
And that's why I think it's too much to discuss today, because removing the entire committee. So I think just making sure our money isn't locked into something we might want to change, and then having that discussion with you, Alex, with SGS, with Pamela, maybe we just have to see what we want to do with that.
Okay, that sounds
Christine. Chris.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you. I was gonna say quickly, not about this, but in relation to this, I was gonna say, I don't know when because it isn't. I'll just say, but anyway, the senators don't we don't have a fund for them to get paid through. And it's always hard to recruit for senators because they don't get paid and they have to attend a lot of meetings, do notes, and stuff like that. Because there are certain offices that are getting paid that don't do work, would it be possible to create like a separate account for senators to get paid?
I don't see a problem with that being paid through council discretionary. If we have enough money in that, and if we all decide that that's what we want to do. But I think it's
Just wanted to put
I
it
think
out there. We don't
yeah,
have to talk about it now, but just wanted to put it out there.
yeah, we can definitely discuss that later. Alex, is your hand up?
Oh, hi, yes. Just one thing about OSAC, I've heard in the past they've had issues recruiting for. It's a very niche topic. I mean, I think we could sell it like you're empowering student organizations to like have a space and have like a place where they can, do their work. But where was I with that? Sorry. It's late, y'all.
Which is why I think that's
Probably,
just making
yeah.
sure our money isn't locked there, and then we can just have the conversations later with the money at our will to make sure that it's going to good use. So does anyone have any objections to that?
Are you also removing the supplies? Yes. Or
Yes.
do you want to? Okay. Just want to make sure.
I believe that's it for things that we wanted to talk about.
Okay, let me just filter back everybody and make sure we captured everything. Um, Okay. So I think everybody's back in. Let me make sure I checked everybody. Okay, so now if we pop back over to the main tab. Okay, why didn't that number populate? Let me see. Did it populate in here? Today's meeting facility. Give me 1 second. Subtotal stipends. Subtotal. Oh, 60. Oh, wait. Okay. Oh, total. L5 through L61. Yep. Okay. This number 305. 639. Oh, you know what? I wonder if it's, oh yeah. Okay. I'm gonna need to add some formulas back in here really quick to make this work. So give me a minute.
No problem. Take your time.
Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry. Um, data. Where am I? Here we go. Okay, filter. Election board. Okay. So. Um, election board equals retreats and installation we zeroed. OSAC we zeroed. Budget review and CS mini we need to change. Hold on. CS equals finance committee. Did we change finance committee?
We didn't change anything in FICOM.
We did not.
We did not.
Okay, perfect. So then judicial board we changed. So let me pull that number. Judicial. Close. Oh, you know what? I think I need to also pull this number. So let me go back through and fix. Oh wait, no, they're all totaled up here, the workers' compensation. Okay, never mind. Sorry, y'all. I like to talk to myself while I'm doing things just to make sure I'm catching everything. So, okay. Judicial board, finance committee, budget review, we pulled. Election board, we pulled. 0 for that, 0 for that. Maintenance utility, la 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 la. Telephones, yeah, we zeroed out. Okay, let me pull the workers' compensation number. Okay. Filter back to everybody. And that number, workers' compensation is, there we go. Okay, so now I need to tie this subtotal here. Is this adding? Yes, it is. Okay. Administrative overhead. Schedule. What's that? Support services. G8 through G29. G8 through G29. Okay. Support fees. For 2.2. I feel like something is off. So let me double check the officer stipends.
Jessica, judicial board's at 300,000.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Thank you.
And
I'm
so
like,
is
somehow this
election
number went
board.
up.
Yeah.
Judicial board. Okay. So let me figure out what happened because I thought I was pulling their number. So let me see. Governing bodies. Let's filter back judicial board. Okay, so it should be 9,000 total. Judicial board says 9,000. I'm super confused. Did that not just say 300,000 before? That
It
was
did.
so weird, y'all. I don't know. What happened? That was super weird. Okay.
Nico, yeah.
While we work on the spreadsheet, I was just wondering if I could ask, for transparency reasons, why, I just lost it, but there was a big increase in, I think it was administrative and support services, almost doubled this year. So I was
Mhm.
wondering
Let's
if
talk
you
about
could have some
after we
transparency on
finish.
why that is.
Yeah, we'll talk about that after we finish the
28,197.
budget. Because Jessica's working.
Okay, thank you.
28,197. What is this? Budget review and so many. Okay, I'm just gonna put in whole numbers to make sure that I'm not. Oh, okay, that rounded up. I just want to make sure I didn't grab the wrong number on anything. Election board 24,845, 23. 24,845, 23. I think it's because of the filter. When I filtered it back to everybody, it grabbed a different cell. So, okay, I think that's good now. 1371. Okay. This one we zeroed out. The workers' compensation I need to redo. Okay, give me 1 second, y'all. $5,314.53. 5,314.53. Okay. I think they're all whole numbers now, so that should be good. Yeah. Okay, so 13,76954. So this should be
That should be correct.
changed to this number. There we go. Okay, so
Which
now,
means we have $90,000.
yeah, so that freed up a good chunk of money. So yes, you said you wanted to add some into your council discretionary, and then did you also want to increase back
Yes.
the 9 offices? Last year they were
So what
budgeted
I
at
think we do
2,250.
would put 70,000 towards the 9 offices and then the rest in discretionary, which is 19,505.
Okay, so
Everyone fine with
discretionary.
that? It's like a 15% to 85%. We can always reallocate the money to offices that need it.
So this one you wanted
Yeah,
to
Nico.
be, oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, just to clarify, if we don't spend discretionary, does it go into next year's surplus or our surplus for this year?
It's next, it'll be next year if you
Okay.
don't spend
Because
it this
we
year.
have access to it until we have access to it until the end of the year after the surplus. Chris Espino.
Wait, can we allocate some money to create like an academic senate fund or something?
I think that would come out of the council discretionary. How much do you think? How many senators are there, and how much would hypothetically just throw some numbers?
Like, so my year was 150 per senator, and I think there were 20, but I think that amount
50 per
increased
quarter?
to 23 this year, and we paid them 200 last year. So I'd
Per
say
quarter or total?
no total. It's like miserable. So I'd say like
Okay, so that's
323.
like $4,000, $5,000, which we can just take out of discretionary.
Yeah, like yeah.
And we can talk about that later because we have I think we'll have over $25,000 in discretionary, so that's a conversation we can have.
All right, perfect.
So what do you want to change discretionary to? Right now it's at 10,000.
Discretionary would become 29,505.
29,505.
And then
Okay,
the
that
70,000
should,
get up, which is 7,777 with a 9.
okay. And then, okay, 70,000 split between the 9. I mean, yeah, do you want to just leave it like this? Because this will go back in, or do you want me to change the numbers up here? to like
No, it's fine.
7,500, I can change it to.
It's fine. You can keep them how they are.
Okay.
But I just wanted to ask you guys, maybe think it would be a good idea to add more to discretionary and then allocate based on need? Or do you think we should just split it up evenly and then keep discretionary a bit smaller? Mona?
So like that would come out to less like like okay. I can't do the math in my head and I didn't think to calculate this before I started speaking, but that would come out to like about less than $1,000 in addition to like the like it would be like less than $1,000 added to the $500 each office has right now, right?
Sorry?
No,
Oh,
right now
that's
you're
each.
getting
That's 7,000 each.
7,000 each.
Oh, that's each?
Yeah, 70,000 split between 9, so you're each getting 7,700 extra with the 500. So you're getting like 8,000 plus like base budget for your offices.
All right, thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
Does anyone have any ideas on my
Hey, Adam, can you repeat what you said? Sorry, you cut out for me.
Yeah, so I was thinking that we allocate a bit more to discretionary. Maybe add 10,000 more from the funds to discretionary, and then we could allocate that money based on each office's needs, because a lot of different offices have different needs and a lot of them spend differently. Like for example, ISR, we didn't necessarily need the $6,000 we had last year. A lot of it was spending just extra money. But then there's offices like IVP that are huge and need the money for different events and different purposes. So I was just thinking we add like 10,000 more to discretionary and we could use that to allocate to big projects throughout the year. And that would still leave each non-referendum office with around 7,500 if I'm not wrong, which is a decent amount. That's way more than we had last year. Yeah, Nico?
Is discretionary funds voted on in a similar way to surplus?
Yeah, so someone just proposes it during a meeting and we vote on it, and if there's enough, it just goes towards that office. So it's like on a rolling basis. It's not like a one-time thing. So it can pop up anytime throughout the year. So is everyone fine with that? This is specifically to the 9 non-referendum offices. Okay, I think that's what we'll do. Jessica, we'll have the operation fund be at 60,000.
Sounds good.
And add 10,000 to discretionary, and I think we're done. But we do want to ask Nico's question.
I thought I already did that. So you want the remainder to be 60,000?
Yes.
So add another 9,000 here. So 39,505.
39,505.
Okay. 39,505. Okay. So that adds $6,667 to your 9 offices plus the 500. So you have like 7,100. Yeah.
Sorry, 7.2. Yeah. Sounds good.
Yeah.
And we just wanted to address Nico's question before we voted. So Nico, you want to ask?
Oh, yes. So for transparency purposes, I'm asking, sorry, where was I? Okay. For transparency, I was wondering why administrative and support services grew a lot this year. Like what specifically that fund, like what specifically that's.
Yeah, so the administrative and support services is on its own tab here. And so that's where we're pulling this number from. The way we get that is a combination of every career employee and every student employee in SGS and SGA. With career employees, when you budget a salary, or when you budget their wages, it's their salary plus its benefits that are required by UC. So, you know, the cost to pay somebody's salary actually ends up being, you know, like slightly higher amount because you have to consider, you know, benefits like, you know, dental, vision, things like that that come with full-time employment. So a couple of reasons why these numbers went up. One, the UC system-wide approved a 4.2% salary increase to all career staff who are policy covered, which means that they're not part of a union. So 4.2% increase on the salary, the annual salary. And then student wages also went up due to minimum wage increases. So they went up about like $1 plus roughly for all student hourly positions. So we're budgeting for how many students we employ over the entire year and for summer. So those couple things. Additionally, so as you all are very familiar with, SGA has been short-staffed for some time. This is just the nature of staff turnover. When folks leave who have been employed for a long time, you know, they're making a certain rate. When you have to hire in new people, you have to be competitive to get qualified candidates. So with having vacancies that we need to rehire, we have to pay, you know, the market rate for, you know, accounting professionals, which is a specialized profession. So some of the wages did go up to be able to hire SGA staff. And I can share an update that we do have another manager starting in a couple weeks. We had been in the recruiting process for a while and we made an offer and the person accepted. So they will be starting on the 22nd, I believe, of July. But that's essentially your administrative and support services is wages and benefits for career, for students. And then you are cost sharing that. So all of your support services of SGS and SGA is a cost share with GSA. So Graduate Student Association pays 10% of your overall cost. So that's why the number is what it is, and that's why if you look at what was budgeted for prior year, that's why it went up pretty high. I will also say that we increased our number of student staff in SGA as well, just with the volume of processing things. So as we add additional positions, wages go up. So that's a couple of the reasons that you see such a big jump is mainly because of all of those wage increases and then increasing staff size to be able to accommodate the level of activity that we see yearly with USAC and like all the funding bodies allocations and whatnot. So hopefully that kind of explained in detail where that number's coming from.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So just to confirm, like SGS, like career staff, which is like the advisors in USAC are paid through this funding, right?
Yes, your ASUCLA support staff are.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, do we have any other comments or concerns before we can move to voting? Perfect. Could we please get a motion to approve the USA budget for the 24-25 council year? Javier?
I motion to approve the proposed budget for USA 2024 to 2025 budget year.
Do we have any seconds? Alicia?
I second it.
Javier motions, Alicia seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. Please lower your hands. All against, please raise your hands. And all abstaining, please raise your hands. With a 13-0 vote, that passes, and the Undergraduate Student Association Council budget for the 24-25 year is in effect. So thank you so much, Jessica. I know that was a lot of work. But before we move on to officer reports, I'm going to call for a 3-minute recess until 10:03, just for everyone to get water, to use the bathroom if they have to use the bathroom. So please be back here at 10:03 p.m. and we're going to resume then.
Is it not 10:09 right now?
Yes,
10:13,
I don't know. Do you want to meet at 10:12?
10:13, sorry. 10:13.
Cool.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're going to be proceeding with officer reports. And just a reminder, we motioned that all officer reports will be written, except for the president's, internal vice president, external vice president, and AAC's reports, which must be read. So I'm going to start. Over the past 2 weeks, I've attended a lot of meetings and interviewed a lot of people. We had the Unhoused Task Force meeting on June 27th, where I attended and we talked about the task force purpose and its initiatives and the plans that we hope to implement. I attended, I believe it was 3 or 4 administration check-ins with Javier. I'm sure he's gonna update on they're gonna update on that. And I encourage you all to read the updates on the EVP's document. I'm conducting around 20 interviews this week for officer positions. I've already done like 6 or 7 of them, and hopefully those will all be filled by the end of the week. I met with Pamela last week to discuss some USAC/ASU/CLA concerns, which will be brought up soon. Council. I met with Jessica yesterday to go over the budget and just discuss its status, its allocations, and identify any areas for potential adjustments, which we did today. And then we discussed a lot. We discussed among ourselves what we want to amend in the budget and any allocations we want to change. And I'm currently in the talks with Police Chief and Michael Beck about the recent sexual assault case, Saxon Sweets. We're discussing just any potential enhanced safety and security measures for the short term so that we can have administrative and policy changes in the long term to better protect our students. That's it from me. Next, we have Josh.
Yes. Okay. So these past couple of weeks, ARC interviewed 6 candidates for appointments. We had 7 appointments come to council tonight. We had a few people who were unable to attend the June 20, the last USAC meeting, so they came to tonight's meeting. Also, just a friendly reminder to everyone to keep checking all those applications in the workflow for your appointments. Currently, ARC has 2 interviews pending for the next couple of weeks, but we're hoping to have a few more for next council's meeting. I organized a CRC meeting to vote on a potential bylaw change, which will be introduced by me tonight. I also updated the resolution guide that Megan wrote last year and made a special presentation on it, and I will be sending that guide out to everyone early tomorrow so you all can have it for the upcoming academic year. I also worked with Diego on drafting his resolution as a co-sponsor, which will be introduced tonight. Very exciting. And then I also met with ASU/CLA BOD. We discussed issues relating to no transfers being able to join BOD. I also had some discussions with them about about transparency efforts and publicizing what BOD has been working on and their upcoming goals for the school year. We'll also be working on sending representatives to each other's meetings. BOD will come either on July 23rd or August 6th to give a special presentation, just sort of outlining what each member is going to be doing for the upcoming year. And after that, we'll also be coming regularly to provide transparency reports to council. In terms of my office work, I finished up interviews these past couple of weeks. I had a few more to do. And all my directors and executive staff have been hired, and I sent out all my status updates to all the applicants that applied to my office. I'm also working on getting my CSA vice chair appointed through the appointments process, so hopefully I'll have them on the agenda during our next council meeting. I also had my first executive meeting with all my chief of staffs. We're sort of doing some internal working on how we're approaching director and executive staff relations. I won't go into that too much, but you can find more information on my transparency report, the written transparency report. I also attended a filmmaking event with UCSA to voice opposition against SB 1287. And I have a couple action items for the upcoming weeks. I'm going to be meeting with ECRT to discuss a potential collaboration on how IVP can help out with their initiatives and how we can increase the allocations for our housing rent relief fund through a joint campaign with ECRT. And I also have my first Campus Safety Alliance meeting with some fellow council members this Saturday, which is super exciting.
Thank you, Josh. Next, we have Javier.
Yay. Sorry, y'all. I'm gonna be cam off for this because my lighting source is bad. But okay, so sort of rifling through this. Adam and I started to have a series of bi-weekly meetings centered around Assistant Vice Chancellor Brazil and other administrators regarding campus safety. And essentially the goal is, in their language, developing resources for students to know more about how the university constitutes what's considered a non-peaceful or unlawful protest. But essentially on our end, it's really more of a way to just hold Rick Brazil accountable as well, because we don't really get any sort of transparency reports from him. So our next meeting with him will be, I believe, the 22nd, if I remember correctly. So a little over like a week and a half from now. So looking forward to that. This first meeting was just a sort of establishing guidelines of like what they would discuss. So not much was done there. But moving on to our regular admin check-ins, which the notes are linked right there. I think one of the most notable things was our most recent meeting, which focused more on sort of updating like what the status is with the former UCPD police chief, who is the interim, which we got answers and confirmations for, and now Adam is following up with him, as well as sort of getting more of an answer in terms of like whether or not admin are choosing to respond or not to the uh the the anti-hate group reports, specifically the one on anti-Palestinian, anti-Muslim, anti-Arab hate, seeing if they're able to respond to those as well, or if they're just brushing them off. So there's that. But moving on to more EVP stuff, let's see. I interviewed 80 people this past week. I am dead. 40 hours in interviews is not fun. So decisions coming out later this week, but I'm very, very glad about this office. Focus on onboarding our external teams, especially to work more on timelining for our legislative priorities, especially on the local end for summer and fall. Also want to work to meet with Philip from Bruinsville to discuss our civic engagement plan for the 2024 election and onwards. Currently working with each of my chiefs of staff to develop and finalize a strategic plan for our internal, external, and operational teams to share with our directors. This next update is one I'm particularly proud of. Sent a letter to our campus retention committee, which I linked on my officer report, but essentially it was to one, outline the new access and retention teams that were codified into our USAC bylaws the other week, but also to extend an olive branch of sorts to the mother organizations and offer room for collaboration and benefit for EVP's unique stance or a unique position in regards to like its relations with administration and government bodies that we believe can truly benefit some of our most marginalized communities here on campus. Similar to Josh, I participated in UCSA's filmmaking against SB 1287. Also participated in the Undocumented Student Coalition letter writing to state legislature in support of Opportunity for All, which I'm very happy about. Also wrote a letter to Councilmember Katie Yaroslavsky's office denouncing claims of anti-Semitism and divisiveness in the city's Gaza ceasefire resolution, awaiting response. I did speak with UCLA Government Community Relations regarding my letter to Bass imposing a proposed mask ban, but the letter has since been tabled because apparently there are no like actual council items meant to like propose it and everything. So instead we have turned to encouraging folks to public comment to the LA County Board of Supervisors, which can be done at the link provided down below and by selecting public comment at the bottom of the agenda list. So please do that, especially considering that this is truly a disability rights issue as well as it is a free speech issue, and the fact that a mayor of such a large city was felt emboldened enough to even suggest such a thing in the face of anti-genocide, anti-war protests is truly insane. But moving on from that, I'm going to be attending the July Regents meeting up in UCSF next week to discuss the encampment responses across the UC and attacks on student free speech alongside UCSA. My hopes there are also to connect with the representatives from the Undocumented Students Coalition and more leaders from the African Black Coalition to discuss means to continue collaboration throughout this year and hopefully to sort of steer us in the right direction as we prepare our UCSA campaign goals. I met with Mary Romo, UCLA's programming manager, to also discuss future collaborations for our civic engagement and reproductive health education efforts, but also, sort of talking about the presence of like USAC at new student orientations as well, so that we can get better connected with the newly admitted students and newly admitted transfer students especially. Okay. Advertising resources for students to be involved at the UC-wide level, student observer to regentral committees. These are cool. These are great. Position descriptions are there. System-wide committee representatives. These are due actually in August. And they're also pretty cool. They do not require much time commitment, but they are really cool ways to get involved. I'll talk more about it in a formal way on Instagram. But I do want to get through this. Okay, to do sort of research for my appointment as a student advocate to the Regents or STAR for the July Regents meeting, and sort of just talk about certain points, especially the 21 CP Solutions investigation, meeting with individual EVPs from across the UC system to discuss potential collaborations for the year and supporting our smaller campuses and growing from their advising as well as conducting the necessary outreach for our new access and retention teams to begin their work. I already started doing that with the CRC, but I do want to California, write formal letters of similar nature to the Bruin Resource Center, Transfer Student Center, and TSR Mona, and the African Student Union, and the rest of the Harambe Council. Also want to finalize housing and travel accommodations for Student Organizing Summit. And last but not least, create and put out opportunities for local level engagement with our city government for the month of July and August. So we're done.
Thank you so much, Javier. And lastly, we have Chris Espino.
I'll just say quickly that we've been working, all exec has been hired for my team. They've been onboarded. So that means that the chief of Senate and now the new assistant chief of Senate will be working next week to do to review the application. So ARC, you should have a lot of interviews within the starting like end of next week, early the week after that week. So be prepared. And then I'm just gonna leave it at that. But we've been doing a lot of office stuff and just onboarding and directors and all of that good stuff.
Thank you so much, Chris. Orlando, you're the only administrator here. Do you have any updates?
Hello, everyone. No, actually, I don't have any updates.
Thank you. We're now going to move on to new business, starting with OSAC allocations, which I'm actually going to motion to table. So I motion to table the OSAC allocations. Can I get a second?
I second.
I motion, have your seconds. All in favor, please raise your hands now. Please lower your hands. All against, please raise your hands. And all abstaining, please raise your hands. With a 12 to 0 vote, the motion passes and OSAC allocations are tabled. We're now going to move on to a bylaw change by Josh, an Article 2 bylaw change. So Josh, if you can just share your screen and read through the bylaw.
Okay. Cool. I'll try and get through this pretty quickly.
Or
Basically,
just
this bylaw
summarize,
change is just
summarize it if you want. Sorry.
Oh, yeah,
No need to
sounds
read
good.
it.
Yeah, basically it's just to improve transparency efforts between appointments and council. So right now there's really no system in place for appointments to give any transparency reports to council. So what this bylaw change will do is it'll basically require all appointments to submit at least one written transparency report to council every single quarter. And this will be organized by the USAC internal vice president, and the USAC IVP will also be responsible for creating a template for the transparency reports, which will need to be approved by council. And then after all the transparency reports are submitted, USAC IVP will share it with everyone, and then on whether or not they want to make that appointment appear before council in case there's like any red flags with their transparency reports, whether it be in issues with like funding allocations, or maybe they're just not putting in the workload. And that's
Thanks, Josh. Since this is a bylaw change, we will be voting on it next time we meet, which is in 2 weeks. Now moving on to the next agenda item, we have Diego's resolution. Diego, would you prefer to read it word for word or summarize it?
Can I share my screen or should I just leave it at that?
Josh, can you share your screen?
Yes. Oh, it says disabled.
Josh, I think we'll share
let
it for
me
you.
give me a
Or
second.
give you permission. So either read through it or summarize it, whatever you're more comfortable with.
I can just summarize it.
That's good.
Yeah, it's very long and extensive. But basically, first of all, I just want to say thank you to IVP Josh, and then Kiara and Mona and Tommy for their help with this resolution, giving me more background information, and providing the resolution with more research and data from actual experiences from UCLA students, and actual reports of the unhoused issue going on deeply within our community. So basically, it's the context is that on June 28th, the Supreme Court of the United States ruled in a 6-3 decision in the case of City of Grants Pass versus Johnson that cities that confine and arrest unhoused individuals who lack other shelter and camp in public areas. And from there on, it just goes and provides detailed information that this Supreme Court case will allow cities to enforce stricter penalties that enact short-term measures rather than actually addressing the underlying causes of homelessness. So I really suggest all of you to read into that. If you can just scroll down a bit, Josh. And yeah, so it just provides more details on the unhousing issue going on in Los Angeles, specifically within Los Angeles City Council and their attempts to criminalize homelessness and the unhoused individuals in Los Angeles. And then at the very bottom, if you could go to that again. If you could keep scrolling, please, Josh. Well, basically, yeah, at the end, it's a list of commitments that USAC has and suggesting that the UCLA administration kind of work with government officials in Los Angeles to fight against the criminalization of the unhoused community here in Los Angeles. And then right before that, it says that USAC endorses the 4-year housing guarantee that UCLA currently has in plan, and also working to expand CalFresh applications for UCLA students.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Jago. We're now going to move on to a council deliberation period. If anyone has any comments, concerns, or anything they'd like to share about the resolution, now would be the time. Please raise your hands. Chris Espino.
I fully support this. The end.
Thank you. Chris Ramsey.
Yeah, I think this resolution is not just about like pragmatic solutions to homelessness, but also just decent, like human decency. So I absolutely support this as well.
I agree with you. Alicia?
I just want to say thank you for taking the time to research and write this. I really, really want to emphasize how much I appreciate the criticism of Karen Bass's office, because she has quite literally done so much damage in like basically pretending to support unhoused communities, and instead like further like not just traumatizing them but mistreating them and physically abusing them. So I think that that's something that I also want to work on council in discussing in the future, how the current city like LA City Council just overall has been um making the housing crisis even worse. So yeah, I just want to say thank you so much again, and how much I appreciate everything about it.
Thank you, Alicia. Any other comments?
Yeah, I just want to, oh, sorry, Alex, if you want
No
to go.
problem. Alex, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say thank you so much for taking the initiative to write this, and I echo everything Alicia said. And also just like acknowledging the current, like not the current, like the long-standing vagrancy laws that we have in LA, including 4118, which I highly recommend you all look into as well. And anyone listening too, because they hurt a lot of people. That's all I have to say, I guess.
Diego, you were saying?
Yeah, I just want to like say again, thank you everyone. Unfortunately, it's like very true that UCLA's campus has just recently been traumatized because of the actions that Karen Bass's office like current like held at UCLA, especially with the militarization of UCLA's campus. And as someone from Los Angeles and from Southern California, and I know a lot of folks who are here from Southern California, we're just seeing like the extreme rise of like rent and home prices here in Los Angeles. And it's very sad to see that unfortunately a lot of UCLA students are homeless. And then in the beginning of the resolution, I mentioned that the criminalization of homelessness will kind of lead to law enforcement and an increase of law enforcement present in Los Angeles and even in Westwood, which is obviously going to be dangerous and pose a harm for our Black and Brown students who are obviously already threatened by UCPD on our campus.
Thank you for that, Jago. Could I get a motion to vote on this? Mona?
I'm
Sorry. I motion to pass resolution. I motion to pass the resolution to oppose criminalization and discriminatory measures against unhoused individuals following Supreme Court ruling.
Could you say motion to vote on the resolution?
Sorry.
Sorry.
Motion to vote on the resolution to oppose criminalization and discriminatory measures against unhoused individuals following Supreme Court ruling.
Thank you. Any seconds?
I second that motion.
Mona motions, Chris Espino seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. Please lower your hands. All against, please raise your hands. And all abstaining, please raise your hands. With a 12-0 vote, that motion passes and the resolution is passed. Thank you all so much. I know it was a very, very long meeting, but that's it for today. I officially adjourn this meeting at 10:34 p.m. Have a great night, everyone.